I apologize, guys. I'm still trying to get this stuff. So give me 1 second. Okay, YouTube is up. Now I have to go on Twitter. Yeah, that's it. No. Okay. Yo. This Citizen album, holy crap. Damn, they really got Kit Connor playing. That's crazy. Instagram. Okay. I think no, I think I posted, right? Okay. I think we're all good. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Thank you guys for stopping and chilling with me. Much love. Why did it make it seem like they're dating? What a great song. Holy crap. Okay, let's see what we got. Boom. That's all good. That's all good. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, so today we're going to be hanging out. My fucking eye. Hold on. Ah! What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? I gotta fix this also. How do I make this even bigger? I haven't used this in such a long time. Yeah, damn, god damn. Oh my god, my eyes are. You see how fucking baggy my eyes are? Hey, yo, what? In the. Dude, this is the problem with I'm. I don't have. I don't. I do. You guys feel me? Thank you. We're hanging out. We're learning everything I can. Well, personally, for me, we're learning everything we can about the Path of Exile 2. Path of Exile 2 is going to be coming out with. They're coming out. Exile comes coming out the end of the month, so we're going to be. I just want to learn more about the game, and it'll give me a good vibe check on Path of Exile 2. Plus, I want to get. I'm just about to finish up. I'm sorry. I finished up Act 3, and I'm working my way through the preludes. But I want to get through the end game. I just want to get this character to like past end game. I haven't played much of it. Every time I get to maps, I just kind of get bored. So I wanted to see if I could change that this time around. Regardless, we're playing the next major big game that's coming out is Star Wars. Star Wars. Oh my Jesus Christ! Star Wars Zero Company. Jesus, good lord. Also, I think there's Star Wars. The Republic, the game is getting a new. Is getting something new. Star Wars, the Old Republic. I think it's getting like. I think it's getting like a difficulty mode. I'm not sure. Difficulty mode and SOTOR Classic coming in 8.0. You know what? For fuck all. Let's check out this video by SOTORista. I used to watch her stuff when I was playing SOTOR. While I do love SOTOR, I don't see myself playing SOTOR. Actually, you know, I go through random spurts of really wanting to play SOTOR, and then I play it, and then I have a great time. Don't get me wrong. That's how I finished a bunch of different classes. Well, I've only finished like 2 classes storyline so far, which is the Imperial Agent because I heard it's fucking amazing, and it was. And then the Jedi. I want to complete Sith. I do want to complete actually a lot of other classes because the game is fun. Just as like a single player RPG game that is just so happens to be an MMO kind of thing. So we have 10 minutes on this video. I'm trying to time if I am going to shit myself or not. So I have to really see. But we'll give it 10 minutes. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna check out SOTOR Reese's video talking about the new difficulty modes and SOTOR Classic.
These Star Wars: The Old Republic developers just announced a...
You know what? I started this. I'm gonna have to go on bathroom. Give me 1 second. I gotta shit my pants. Good. Okay. Good God. There's a whole like 10 minutes. There's a whole like 8 minutes of me just away from the computer. I had to go take a shit. So thank you guys so much. Okay. Let's watch this video. Let's check it out.
Very exciting feature coming with the 8.0 update and expansion. Difficulty toggles. Players will be able to set the difficulty of enemies relative to their characters after a long-awaited request by players to make the game harder. Difficulty modes will allow you to set the difficulty of the game in the open world to Story, Veteran, and Master. The difficulty mode setting will affect enemies out in the open world and your enemies inside your class instances. It does not affect Flashpoint's Warzone's operations or other similar types of content. The ability to set that difficulty mode will be coming with 8.0, and 8.0 is scheduled to come out sometime at the end of the year. We don't have an exact date, and neither do the developers.
End of the year. Fuck me.
So what will those difficulty options be like? So first off, Story is the current game difficulty. You can move through most story content very easily with a healer companion. For example, an experienced player, and even most new players, will never need to worry about gearing up, won't need to know their abilities very well, and won't need to be very careful in most fights. Veteran is a harder difficulty. The developer's target is when you played this game in the launch era, and the launch era of difficulty. So basically how the game was more difficult back in 2011 when it first came out. And then lastly, a new master difficulty. This is going to be for those of you who are really trying to challenge yourself, and the one I'm very excited about for myself. It's going to be hard, said the developers. If you want to challenge yourself in solo or out in the overworld, so like the open world, master difficulty is going to be for you. So the way it works is that the difficulty toggle impacts damage received, healing received, and experience gains. The difficulty toggle does not affect how much damage you do, so enemies don't die faster, but you will have to be more careful not to die yourself.
So just a raise
raise
difficulty level,
is a personal effect, so you can still actually play alongside others who don't have a difficulty setting on. For example, if you're in a group with one player who is in Story and one player who's on the Master settings, and you're both fighting the same enemy together, the player on Story will have an easier time and likely not die, while the player
pretty cool.
in Master settings will be taking a lot more damage and be receiving a lot less healing, so they have to be a lot more careful. The first example they gave was a fight against a level 7 gold star boss that's an early boss fight in the Instance Imperial Agent class story. The character is also level 7, and as a low-level character, they won't have a companion yet or many defensive abilities. On the left side, you have story difficulty versus veteran on the right. In the veteran mode on the right, the health bar is a lot lower even though the same amount of time has elapsed in the fight. The player will be close to dead by the time they win and will have to be careful before they start the next fight. The second example that they gave was story mode versus master mode. In master mode, even with a companion, the healing received is a lot less and more damage is received. At the end of the fight against a gold star enemy, the player at level 9 wound up with only about 25% health left. But if he accidentally...
Yo, can I just say this guy's goatee is crazy. Not like crazy bad. I'm just saying he looks like he's a drummer from Linkin Park. Could I ever pull off a goatee? Fuck no.
Pulled any other enemies wandering by, he'd probably die. Gear, med pack, resting between packs, and things like that will actually matter, and the idea was to evoke the feeling of the original era of SWTOR and its difficulty level. When I first heard about Story, Veteran, and Master class story difficulty, I was really excited, and my first question was, how will the rewards work? What will you get from it? What's really cool is that the developers have set up a whole second system related to these new difficulties for players who want to take them on as a challenge. The developers are setting up 2 new ventures, and ventures in general are long-term kind of adventures or campaigns, mainly focused on things for solo players. You can technically take other players along, but the idea is that you can do them solo. And these are basically 2 different modes to the game where you lock your character into them and only play in that mode, working on different objectives within that mode on different classes. So what they are introducing is SOTOR Classic and SOTOR Expert. So technically both of these are ventures. To
The fuck
play
does that mean?
SOTOR Classic and SOTOR Expert modes, players will create a brand new character and then choose if they want to lock that character into a classic venture or a master venture, which will be a long-term adventure on a higher difficulty. Creating a normal non-venture character will be similar to how SOTOR is now, and by default, their character will be in story mode difficulty for the class quests and all open world content, so you don't have to worry about the game being difficult.
Dude, can I just say, SOTOR gets a lot of hate. This game is so much fun. It is so much fun. Like, people don't appreciate this game. This is like a game I fucking absolutely loved. I love the BioWare story-driven choice building, old school aspects of it. Yes, it's an MMO. Yes, it doesn't have a crazy big fan base, but goddamn does it play well. It's a fun game. It is essentially Knights of the Old Republic 3, especially if you play the, you play the lightsaber class or the Jedi class. That's fucking sick. We don't need Star Wars The Old Republic or Fate of the Old Republic. We have Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 3 right here at home.
You don't want it to be. On a normal, non-venture character, you can actually also change story, veteran, and master mode difficulty at almost any time. You just won't get any of the venture rewards for doing so. But if you wanted to fight that last boss on the highest difficulty just for your own pride and amusement, you absolutely can. So if you create a SOTOR Classic character, you'll be locked into the veteran mode difficulty while you're working on the venture. And if you choose to create a SOTOR Expert character, you'll be locked into the master mode difficulty while you work on the expert venture. These higher difficulty modes increase the damage you take from enemies and reduce the healing you receive, making the whole game more difficult. The developers said that players who choose to play on these more difficult modes will find that gearing up while leveling using med packs, learning your defensive abilities, carefully pulling mobs, and resting between enemies will actually become important compared to the more relaxed current version of the game. I do have some very detailed questions still about how it will work if you decide it's too hard for you, or if you accidentally got into it when you didn't mean to, or if you want to play with a friend or multiple friends, how exactly does that work? But it looks like we'll just have to wait a bit for some answers. The whole system does look really cool so far though. Another little surprise if you decide to create a venture character to really spice things up. Playing a venture character will also add some fun new surprise features as you play. The example that was given was that you might actually receive a consumable item that, once picked up from an enemy, gives you a very limited amount of time to kill a bunch of enemies around you. And if you complete the time challenge, you'll get a special powerful buff that helps you kill things even faster, or as the developer said, be awesome. So there is a venture for each class and each difficulty. So there's 8 classic ventures and 8 master ventures for a total of 16 ventures to complete and 16 rewards to earn, plus overarching meta rewards for completing everything. If you're like me and dying to know exactly what those rewards are, we don't know yet. It's a mystery.
What up, Julie? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for stopping in.
Let's break down those different types of ventures a little more. Creating a SOTOR Classic venture character sends you on a journey to complete a variety of objectives meant to evoke the classic game experience, all while playing on the veteran mode difficulty. So basically what it was like when the game first launched from level 1 to level 50, and what people like to call SOTOR Vanilla. These are some of the...
I just woke up. Good luck. Good. Well, I mean, fair enough. I just woke up an hour ago, so I can't really see shit.
Potential objectives. Play the original era, your 3 class story chapters, plus the Ilum arc. Complete the planetary arcs. Earn and level up 3 crew skills. Defeat the original story flashpoints. Earn your companions and level their influence. Do some on-rail space missions. Since this feature is still in progress, the exact objectives haven't been pinned down yet, but the idea is to create an experience where you would do everything you would have done when the game launched for the first time 15 years ago. Now, creating a SWTOR expert venture character is for players looking for the greatest test of their skill into endgame, all while playing on the Master Mode difficulty. So,
Like, what the fuck is endgame in this game now? Like, they have like raids, right? I know they have raids. I know they still have PvP, but like, I think it's just like waiting on story missions at this point. I think.
some of the potential objectives include exploring the galaxy, defeating rare and named enemies, completing heroics and dailies, making it into the recent eras and/or areas at level 80 plus, and we'll have to wait until it comes out for an exact list of what will be expected to do per character. So keep in mind, there are ventures available to do this on each of the 8 classes. So you could do SWTOR Classic on a Bounty Hunter and then later come back and do it on a Jedi Consular, and same thing for the expert ventures as well. The developers did address the concept, but what if it's too hard to do Master Mode? They said if you'd like to work on the expert ventures on their Master Mode difficulty, but aren't quite there yet when it comes to skill level, there will be ways to earn special gear in the Classic Venture / Veteran mode that can help you in the harder Master Mode. The goal is for the ventures to be something that everyone can eventually gain access to and complete over time. The developers have confirmed that you'll not be able to use a boosted character for ventures. It will need to be a new level 1 character that has chosen a venture path before being created. While the exact information we have is pretty limited, the new difficulty toggle and classic and expert ventures are something I'm so excited about. This is actually something I've been wishlisting for the game for the longest time, and I never thought they'd actually follow through with. It's clear that for the 8.0 expansion, the developers have putting a lot of focus on adding things for both long-term players as well as returning players to check out. If you missed it, some of the other stuff that we know we're getting are a new 3-boss operation. The first boss is actually up on the public test server right now. And we'll also be heading to the planet of Ryloth for dynamic encounters. And of course, a new story era. And getting up to level 85. I hope you enjoyed this new overview of the new difficulty toggles in Star Wars The Old Republic, and especially the new venture system. If you
Shout out to Sorista. A great channel and a good information coming out of SWTOR that honestly deserves a lot of love. If you haven't had a chance to play SWTOR in a long time, it's well worth checking it out and enjoying a great single-player RPG experience that just so happens to be an MMO. But anyways, I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you. All right, let's get into the meat and potatoes of today's stream, which is we're diving deep into everything that we should know about Path of Exile 2. So we're watching a video called Path of Exile 2 is actually not that difficult. A true beginner's guide. This is by my Swile. So if you wanted to do a decent deep dive into Path of Exile 2 so I can kind of like understand all the aspects of the game, what kind of information I should know when it comes to building out my character, if I should stick with one defense or should have 2 defenses. I do follow builds all the time, and that's how I have my fun. But maybe just having a better understanding overall of what I'm aiming for would help. Hopefully this video gives me greater in-depth information on it. So we're going to check this video out. Hope you guys enjoy.
Hey, I'm Miles Sweet. If you've clicked on this video, I think we can both assume you've heard of the game known as Path of Exile 2.
I don't know. I don't know if you guys have heard Path of Exile 2, but it's pretty good. You know me. You know me. Yeah, shit, you already know.
What you may have also heard is how complex or intimidating the game can be. Especially the first game. So much so, I even dedicated an entire video to that first game to help introduce brand new players to it as well. Well, today I come to you all with the same point I tackled earlier this year with my very first video on this channel. Despite whatever you may have heard, I want to tell you that Path of Exile 2 is actually not that difficult.
Word?
If you've come to this video
Let's
as
do
a
it.
fan of my original series on Path of Exile 1, and are a bit disappointed that this one is focusing on Path of Exile 2 instead, I would invite you to still stick around and check out this one. Path of Exile 2 just recently began their new league, adding the new Druid class, a new Sorcerer's Ascendancy, as well as many other.
Oh, that's a bit of an older video, but still, I think the information is probably going to be pertinent to what we are doing. I know things have changed quite a bit since the last patch, but you know, all this information is going to be helpful regardless. So
Balance changes, so it's a great time to try it out. And if you do choose to purchase the game at the $30 price tag, you'll also get $30 worth of premium currency added to your account by the developers that can be used in both Path of Exile 1 and 2. So even if you find it's just not quite your speed as much as Path of Exile 1, you'll basically just be buying premium currency for the first game.
Path of Exile 2 is definitely my speed. I like Path of Exile 2 so much more than Path of Exile 1. I understand people love Path of Exile 1. It's an older school element feel to it. I just love the combat, the moment-to-moment gameplay of Path of Exile 2, and the responsive nature of everything, movement, dodging, all of that. Fucking love it. That's what honestly makes me so excited to play more Path of Exile, and that's why I love playing it.
Whether you're new to my channel entirely, or you are a returning viewer, I hope you'll still enjoy learning with me as we step into the lands of Rayclast once again.
Yes, let's learn!
Similar to the first game, I'm making this video as a complete introduction to the series, assuming you've never played either title and are entering entirely as a brand new player. Because of that, we will not be discussing the endgame. Many content creators assume that since Path of Exile's endgame is a huge amount of their playtime, then that also means that the endgame is the only thing new players should focus on.
Thank you. Actually, facts. Thank you. I already appreciate this video a lot, mainly because a lot of us normies, let's say, a lot, myself included, the main crux of the game is the leveling process, and I think that this is very helpful. A lot of the time, like, content creators focus on the end game, which is a great aspect to understand. But a lot of the time, I don't even get to the end game. I honestly just love leveling through the game. And I know a lot of people, I've made a video on like TikTok and stuff, and people are in the comments who are like, do we have to go through the story again? Do we have to go through the story again? It takes so long. And I'm like, I'm sitting here going, yes, you could put a skip in to get to the end game, but that defeats the whole purpose. I feel like that just kind of kills any motivation. It's like me putting a fucking money glitch in for Sims 3. You put the money glitch in so you can have all of the money in the world so you can build out your perfect house. I'm like, no, bro, I want to struggle. My struggle, and that's part of the process of the game, of learning, grabbing onto different aspects, or like building out my character. That's exactly what I want. I want to build character.
This is because for them, sometimes also coming from Path of Exile 1, they will have several hundred or even thousands of hours of experience. And things like the campaign are simply considered a mandatory speed bump they feel they have to get past. However, I firmly hold to the stance that in order to reach that endgame, a player must enjoy the game up until that point. So in order to help you all reach that end of the campaign, I'll be covering the topics that a truly brand new player to the game will most likely need to know. Similarly as well, we will not be discussing additional resources that are commonly recommended by other content creators, such as build guides and especially Path of Building. I do think that build guides can be a great way for a new player to learn the game without feeling intimidated, but I think that telling new players that they must follow one in order to start out stifles their creativity and removes a lot of agency that can make the leveling experience exciting for many new players.
I fucks with this guy's. You know what? This guy might be onto something.
Path of Building, on the other hand, I absolutely do not recommend to new players.
Path of Building is fucking daunting. When I first used Path of Building in Path of Exile 1, holy fuck, I was so confused. I was like, good God, what am I doing here? I was so confused. I eventually learned it the one season I played Path of Exile 1, but it was For a new player, no, that shit is fucking crazy.
It is a great resource when you're at an intermediate level for the game and planning to optimize your builds. But it is just menus upon menus of text that swamps down a new player, and I personally quit the first game when I had been told to install it just because it was so overwhelming for me. Regardless, with all of that setup out of the way, let's hop right into the lands of Rayclast and meet our colorful cast of characters to choose from at the public gathering outside of the Ogham Manor. Upon reaching the main menu of the game, you will be prompted to create your first character. Before having the chance to choose your character, however, you'll have to first choose what league you want to play in. Leagues are like seasons in other games, adding new mechanics and content for players to tackle. The current league, starting in the Last of the Druids update for Path of Exile 2, is the Fate of the Val League, adding cool new features like building your own dungeon. You must choose between picking this league or Standard, with the only real difference being that players can only trade with the league they choose into. Generally, I always recommend to make your character in the newest league, especially as a new player, as it will make your items worth more to trade and will give greater value to the currency that you get. Additionally, you can choose to make your characters either as hardcore or solo self-found. Hardcore characters get demoted to regular characters after death, but generally, I wouldn't attempt this, as Path of Exile 2 has many ways to kill you immediately when you're still learning the game.
No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm playing WoW now. I rolled into him. That's so embarrassing. I'm hard stuck in the campaign.
SSF, on the other hand, removes your ability to trade with other players, meaning you can only get new items by your own hand, either through finding them or crafting them. I highly discourage making a solo self-found character when starting out, as being able to buy items that you need can be a great boon when still learning the game. After selecting your league, you'll get to meet the cast of playable characters in Path of Exile 2. Each of these charming individuals is currently being sentenced to death for various crimes or maybe just minor slights they committed against the owner of the Ogham Manor, Count Geonor.
Count Geonor. That man is old as fuck.
Clicking on any character will give you a preview of the basic playstyles that character tends to be better equipped for. For example, clicking on the Witch will show her use of undead soldiers, as well as bone magic and spreading blights and diseases.
The Witch is kind of fucking lit, not gonna lie. I honestly love every class in this game. I think the only class I don't really play is the Huntress. I just think the movement abilities is a little like weird to me. But every other class is so much fun, honestly. So much fun. The Merc, the mercenary, I love his gameplay, but I also don't like using bombs. And I feels like every fucking build that somebody plays just uses the bombs because it's the most efficient and the most, scalable attack that happens. And I don't like using it. I like running and gunning, and that's my shit. I like ice attacks. I mean, like my current build for my Ranger is an ice build, and I fucking love it so much.
Keep in mind that regardless of what character you choose, all abilities, weapons, and armor are available to you, as Path of Exile is largely a classless game. Instead, choosing these characters will affect your starting position on the shared skill tree. We'll get to that. As well as what ascendancies you'll be offered later on. Ascendancies are like subclasses in other games, and offer you unique passive abilities to that class. Some examples of subclasses, using the Witch as an example again, are the Lich, who specializes in undead offerings and energy shield, the Infernalist, who primarily focuses on using fire magic and damage.
So sick,
can
so
summon
sick,
hellhounds,
dude.
or even turn themselves into a demon.
That's so fucking
Or finally,
cool.
the Blood Mage, who revolves around using life to cast their spells instead of mana, and has many methods for keeping themselves topped up to increase their damage output for the more life they've lost recently. When starting out, I wouldn't focus too much on what your endgame build or setup might be. Instead, choose your character based on the general vibe you want to go for. Do you like elemental spellcasters? Pick the Sorceress. Enjoy the idea.
I fucks with this guy's methodology. Yes. Now I've come to the point in playing Path of Exile where I'm like, let me just follow a build and let me just go towards that build and then let me just end it there. But like I think my biggest issue when I don't follow a build is that I just get like hard stuck somewhere roughly at the end of Act 2. I just get hard stuck, like my character can't build out. I don't know how to like get more materials and all of that jazz. And it gets a little frustrating for me personally. So hopefully he has a way of solving that.
The idea of being a dexterous archer, Ranger is probably for you.
Fucking
Basically,
love
I'd say
Rangers.
to go with your gut, and over time, you can tailor your build to whatever feels right. After choosing your league and starting character, you'll get to watch as all of the other characters that you chose to abandon are instead hung while you narrowly survive with your life. Waking up on the shore of the river afterwards, you'll get to meet a new companion, who will be with you long into the story. Oh, God. Well,
Oh,
at
he's
least his
dead.
death gave you a nice little starting weapon. Equipping this first weapon will grant you a basic attack ability, displayed down here on your hotbar, allowing you to fight your way forward through the riverways. After killing a few of the friendly locals along the banks, you'll encounter a chest with a quest marker attached. What you find in this chest will vary by character, but generally it will either be an extra item for your offhand or your first ability skill gem. Offhand items can provide a passive bonus to your character, such as quivers, or potentially add new abilities altogether, such as shields, bucklers, or scepters. Scepters will additionally grant a passive resource known as Spirits, which is used for summoning minions as well as other strong passive buffs.
I didn't know scepters actually give spirit. What the fuck?
If you received an offhand item in your first chest, you'll find another chest along your path that will grant you your first ability skill gem. In Path of Exile 2, abilities are not locked to classes. Instead, each ability is an item that requires certain base stats to equip, which you can see here by hovering over your mouse. Upon picking up the skill gem in your inventory, your skills menu will pop up on the left side of your screen, allowing you to slot that skill into your character, assuming you have the stats to use it. Skill gems also have their own levels, from 1 to 20, with each level increasing the power of the gem, but also increasing the required stats to use it. Additionally, some skill
Sorry. Hold on 1 second. There you go.
gems are specifically tied to certain weapons, so while any weapon can use something like Frost Bomb or Shockwave Totem, you'll need to have a bow equipped to use an ability like Lightning Arrow. After equipping your first ability, you'll need to assign it to your hotbar. The way you do this varies based on if you're on a keyboard and mouse or controller. However, generally, just follow the on-screen prompts and you'll be okay. Once you have your ability on your hotbar, you can use it by simply pressing the button or key that it's bound to. You'll notice when you use an ability though, that unlike your basic attack, it actually costs some mana, displayed here on the bottom right. Naturally, you regenerate mana slowly over time. You can increase this rate with passives and items. However, if it gets too low, you can always use your mana flask to top it up. In Path of Exile 2, you only have 2 flask items, a life flask and a mana flask. Flasks use a system known as charges, but you can think of each charge as the amount of liquid left in the flask. As you drink the flask, you'll consume a certain amount of charges until it runs out. You can refill the charges at any time by using the well. Additionally, however, you may also restore the charges whenever you kill any enemies. So, you can literally keep yourself alive by drinking the blood of your enemies. At any point while playing Path of Exile 2, you can press your dodge key, bound to spacebar on keyboard and mouse, to perform a dodge roll. This roll provides you with 100% dodge chance during the animation, allowing you to avoid damage from most attacks. Continuing to hold the
Dodge
for
rolls,
fun
man, so good.
allows your character to enter a sprint. During a sprint, you move much faster but have a limited turning angle. You can cancel the sprint at any time by using an ability or dodge rolling out of it. While sprinting is great, be careful, as if you are hit at all during the sprint animation, your character will be heavily stunned and toppled to the floor, which can oftentimes spell out your imminent death.
100%.
As you
That
clear the path
I
of
die all the
starting
time to
riverways,
that shit.
Some of the various mobs around the area, or even the Miller boss himself, will drop equipment onto the ground as they are killed. You'll note that some of these items come in differently colored names. If you've played Path of Exile 1, this is all the same, but for those of you who haven't, let's quickly go over this. Equipment items in Path of Exile come in one of a few rarities. Normal rarity items have white names, and come with no modifiers and
Hi,
just their
Epic.
basic
Welcome in.
stats. Blue items are known as magic rarity and will have up to 2 additional random modifiers, such as extra damage or defenses. Finally, yellow items are known as rare items and can come with up to 6 additional random modifiers. Items that have any rarity above normal must be initially identified using a scroll of wisdom. This consumes the scroll and reveals the stats of the item, allowing it to be equipped. Scrolls of wisdom are commonly dropped on the ground as you play, but they can also be purchased for 25 gold by whatever vendor in town sells flasks, magical equipment, and jewelry. In the starting town, this is Una. All items of the same name at the same level will always have about the same level of base stats. Because of this, make sure to read the modifiers you get on your new items, so you can know if the new gear is actually an upgrade or not. It wouldn't help a lot to get increased fire damage dealt on a wand if you're exclusively using lightning spells. Finally, there's one additional rarity of item in the game that can be dropped, but is very uncommon. These items are known as uniques, and have a dark orange name tag. Unique items always come with specific stats, and oftentimes will have additional passives that are, and yes, I'm doing this bit again, unique to those items.
What?
Uniques are much rarer than other items, and you'll likely only see a handful of them during your initial run through the campaign. They can range from generally useful to entirely game-breaking. However, some uniques can also be entirely useless or even detrimental to your character, depending on what they do and what your current build is.
Yeah, why the fuck would you... Okay.
Just like with the random modifiers on your equipment, make sure you read the descriptions on these items before equipping them, as just because they're more rare doesn't actually make them better. Many times, a good rare item can easily beat out a...
So, yeah, I will say POE 2 is not that difficult when you know what stats you're chasing. Yeah, but... This is true when you know what stats you're chasing, but at the same time, there's still a lot of information. At least for me personally, there's still a lot of information on the table that I'm not fully grasping as a whole. So the more information I have, the more understanding I have for the game, and the easier I am, rolling for specific stats and stuff like that.
Bad unique. Now, let's go over what other kind of gear you can acquire. Generally, the types of equipable items that you will find dropping in your game are weapons, either one-handed or two-handed, armor, falling into one of the equipable slots like helmet, boots, gloves, and body armor, accessories in the forms of belts, rings, and amulets, and new to Path of Exile 2, you may also find charms. Charms are a special kind of item that was added into Path of Exile 2 to replace the utility flasks of the previous game.
Thank God.
To equip a charm, you must have an available charm slot displayed here below the belt. Charms are like potions, storing charges which can be regained by killing enemies primarily. Upon meeting a condition, such as taking fire damage or being stunned, if the charm has enough charges saved up, it will consume them to provide you a buff.
Oh, like the totality of stats or other areas? Yeah, I guess it's just... For me, it's just fully understanding each stat and what they do and why, or like in the inventory or the in the skill menu. I guess there's some stuff on there that's a little confusing to understand. So I mean, hopefully this goes into that too.
In the case of taking damage, such as with the Ruby, Sapphire, and Topaz charms, you will gain extra resistance to that damage type for a short duration. For charms that are activated by a status effect, such as the Thawing Charm when you're frozen, you'll instead be given immunity to that status effect for a limited time. All armor items come with stats known as base defenses. These are defensive stats that are based on the type of armor itself and the stats that are required to wear it. Strength-based gear provides armor. Dexterity equipment provides evasion, and intelligence armor provides energy shield. Some gear requires multiple stats to equip, in which case the defensive stats of the item will also be a combination of the stats that are required to wield it. So for example, A dexterity and strength piece of gear will give both evasion and armor, but in smaller amounts than if you were to use a pure armor or evasion item. These 3 defensive stats are the core foundation of almost all of the defenses in Path of Exile 2. Every build will typically want to specialize into 1 or sometimes 2 of these stats to have a good amount of survivability. While their names are fairly straightforward, let's still quickly go over them and how they work. Armor provides damage reduction to the physical damage that you receive from hits. Most regular monsters throughout the campaign tend to deal primarily physical damage. Armor can help to prevent a lot of incoming damage from those types of mobs, but
Hi,
won't do
Jen.
anything when taking hits from elemental damage. Evasion is about not getting hit in the first place. As you gain more evasion, you will have an increased chance of avoiding a hit entirely. Evasion could be a great way to not have to heal as consistently, but can result in you taking larger chunks of damage when you actually are hit. Finally, Energy Shield does as its name implies.
I watched this video
It
too.
provides you
Nice.
with a shield of energy. This shield operates very similarly to shields in other games. Taking damage reduces the shield, and avoiding damage for a short duration lets the shield recharge. Energy Shield can be nice, as it lets you soak a few hits without having to heal at all, but it might result in you having to play a bit more passive.
Yeah, the Halo
Over
sounds
time,
is funny.
you'll get an idea of what kind of gear works well for you. However, regardless of the class you started with, you can freely mix and match whatever equipment feels right for you, so long as you have the stats for it. As you level up, you'll eventually find better gear, and you should always be on the lookout for an upgrade to help keep you strong enough to handle whatever the campaign throws at you. At last, now that you've defeated the Miller and are ready to enter your first town, it's time to tackle the actual scariest threat in the world of Path of Exile. No, it's not the Elder Tors beyond comprehension. It's also not the Beast, a cataclysmic monster that will soon consume the lands, ending all life as we know it. No, the scariest thing for most players, especially when starting out in Path of
Definitely
Exile
the passive
2,
tree.
is
The passive tree.
the passive skill tree. Okay. I know this thing is pretty scary to look at. If you've never seen or played either of the games, the Path of Exile skill trees are probably a bit of a shock to you. They might seem like less of a skill tree and more of a skill jungle. However, just like the name of this video stated before, Path of Exile 2 is actually not that difficult. And just like the game itself, the skill tree is also not that difficult to understand either. So let's quickly break it down in a way that's more digestible.
Off topic. Hold on. Off topic. Jin, do you have Xbox Game Pass? Or do you have you ever thought about playing Division 2? I've been trying to get more people to play some Division 2. Anyways, this is off topic, but yeah.
The Path of Exile 2 passive skill
I'm down to try. Download it. It's on Game Pass. It'll be fun. I'll make a new character with you. We'll level up through the campaign. We'll do some raids and shit. It'll be a lot of fun. If you have some spare time or want to try it, it's on Game Pass. Anyways,
skill tree is divided into 3 sections: strength, dexterity, and intelligence. All characters share the same tree, but start in different positions along the edge of this circle. Because of this, it's
I just put a 1 terabyte SSD so I can have more than 2 large games installed at a time. Thank God. Thank God. Let's go.
possible to basically use any character to acquire any passives on the
Sorry. I played a deadlock game. We won, even though we had a lever. Our Lash did a bunch, so did I. Let's fucking go, Goxie. Let's go.
tree, even if your character did not start in that region. If you started as a warrior, but decide you want to use the quarterstaff for your build, you can path yourself into the monk's starting section and grab those nodes yourself. The passive skill tree is made up of 3 kinds of nodes. Small passive nodes are the most abundant node on the skill tree. These nodes will either provide you with a small specific buff, such as increased damage, or they will be an attribute node. Attribute nodes allow you to choose one of the 3 base attributes, strength, dexterity, or intelligence, and gain 5 in that stat. Notable passives are the next tier up of selectable passives. These usually provide a similar buff to the other small passive nodes around them, but in a greater amount. Finally, there are keystone passive nodes. These nodes often grant a great benefit, but often also come with an equally severe drawback. Nodes like Oasis, which makes all of your flasks grant 30% more recovery, but removes your ability to use charms entirely.
What the fuck? That's actually
Throughout the
crazy.
passive skill tree, you'll find that passive nodes will often be clumped together with other passives of the same kind. Lightning damage nodes will often be clumped with other lightning or shock-related passives,
even though
while
PO1
life
is
leech
smaller.
nodes will be located around other nodes related to leeching life and healing.
I don't really know the difference between PoE 1's passive skill tree and PoE 2's.
These groups will usually have several small passive nodes, and 1 or 2 notable nodes accompanying them. All passives on the skill tree only require 1 skill point to unlock, but must be connected to a previous node you have acquired. There are also empty jewel sockets that can be found spread out across the passive skill tree. These nodes use items, known as jewels, that will grant you up to 4 randomized stats for only 1 node slot on the skill tree. The stats they provide are based on the type of jewel inserted and the modifiers that jewel has rolled on it. Overall though, that really is all there is to know about the skill tree. Typically, classes spawn closer to the nodes related to their associated gear, such as monks spawning near the core staff passives or witch spawning near the spell damage passives, but overall you should just level up whatever sounds good to you. My number 1 tip has always been this: zoom in. If the passive skill tree seems daunting with so many options, just limit those options. Focus on your current few choices and grab what sounds good, focusing on getting the nearby notable passives. If nothing nearby looks good, either zoom out slightly and check the other nearby nodes, or feel free to use the search option on the top right of your screen.
The search option is so helpful, honestly, especially if you're looking for a very specific type of attribute.
It will highlight nodes related to whatever you type in. If you're looking for damage, just type in damage and see if any of the nodes near you fit your weapons or current spells. After completing the Miller fight and entering the small disheveled camp of the Clearfell encampment, you'll meet the local blacksmith, Renly.
Renly's the name.
Who will thank you for helping them defeat the Miller by rewarding you with a level 1 uncut skill gem. He will then task you with hunting down the Devourer in its lair within the Mud Burrow, afterwards rewarding you with an uncut support gem. Now, skill and support gems have changed a lot from the first game of Path of Exile, but they're actually a lot more straightforward in Path of Exile 2. Even so, let's go over them in detail so nothing is left to be confusing. Skill gems acquired in Path of Exile 2 start off in an uncut form. The uncut skill gems will also have a level associated with them, which relates to the stat requirements of the gems and their strength. Upon interacting with an uncut skill gem, the gem cutting menu will appear, displaying possible skills that the gems can be cut into. Skills are divided into categories based on the weapons they are associated with. They are also divided into tiers, going up by 2 levels per tier. In order to cut an uncut gem into a new skill, you must meet the requirements of that skill, requiring the right stats, equipped weapon, and having an uncut skill gem that has a level that is high enough to use the tier of that skill. For example, a level 1 gem cannot get high velocity rounds, even though I have a crossbow, as it requires a level 3 uncut skill gem.
That makes sense. Okay.
When clicking on any skill gem that you're able to craft and hovering over it, a short video will play that will demonstrate the use of the skill and any nuance.
Did you see during the NVIDIA Fix video? Really like that they added the guide to the skill tree. There was a screen where they had a bunch of swords and daggers. No, I didn't. What the fuck? Dude, Reddit probably went fucking nuts for that, dude.
Nuances it has. I highly recommend watching these videos, as many skills will get stronger if you meet certain conditions or combo them with other abilities, and these nuances will usually be highlighted in these videos.
Death recap. Well, let's watch that video again, and then I'll have a look through it. We'll watch it after this.
Infected corpses can be used to spread contagion if you use a skill that targets the corpse, such as Unearth.
If you have a skill gem already equipped, but acquire an uncut skill gem of a higher level than the one you currently are using, you will see this symbol here. This indicates that you will consume the uncut skill gem to instead level your equipped skill, increasing its power. Make sure to try and level your most damaging or commonly used abilities often to keep yourself as strong as possible. Similar to skill gems, there are now uncut support gems as well. Upon interacting with these, a different gem cutting screen will pop up, specific to support gems. In the support gem menu, you will have one of your equipped skills display on the left with empty support gem sockets. In the center of the screen, you will see recommended support gems for that selected skill. After choosing one of these support gems, you can press Engrave and it will automatically insert the selected support into your skill if there are empty sockets. Some support gems will also have a cost multiplier associated with them, which will increase the cost of the active gem casting them, so be aware that your mana usage may go up.
I wish I could set up Twitch on the web like mobile, where the video is up top and chat is directly under. Mostly because I'm trying to split screen and multitask. Isn't there like there's like Twitch apps? Isn't there like there's different Twitch apps that you could use, like Ghost? I forgot. That's a Jake thing. What? The fuck do you mean a Jake thing? I swear there's like another Twitch app that you can use that like helps change. You can move the chat. I can move the chat? Oh, the chat on screen. Chatterino doesn't have a mobile app though.
Each skill
is
can only
better.
have one of each named support gems equipped to it, but you can use multiple copies of the same support gem in different skills. Support gems do not have level requirements, but instead come
Frosty.
in 3 colors, red, green, and blue. These colors are associated with their corresponding stats, those being strength, dexterity, and intelligence. When viewing your skill menu, you'll notice this text at the top that states support gem capacity.
There you go. This
This
is something
is effectively
I
a
should...
limit on how many support gems you can equip of a certain color based on your current stats. Every 5 points you have in a stat allows you to have one additional support gem of that type equipped. You may also note that support gems also come in levels and have tiers associated with them, like skill gems. Unlike skills, however, going up in tiers does not increase the stat requirements. You'll also see that some support gems will come with a number, such as Rapid Attacks 1. This means that there are higher tier versions of them. However, unlike skills, these higher level tiers of support gems are not always beneficial and can sometimes come with drawbacks. For example, Rapid Attacks 1 only provides 15% attack speed, whereas Rapid Attacks 2 provides 25%. Rapid Attacks 3, however, will grant 35% increased attack speed, but comes with the enormous drawback of dealing 50% less damage. Like items and passives, just make sure you're reading the descriptions of these support gems as you equip them. If you don't, you might end up hurting yourself badly, such as in the case of Rapid Attacks 3. Finally, in regards to support gems, you may notice the small checkbox in the bottom left corner of the window. While the checkbox is on, you will see suggested support gems the developers recommend using at starting level for your skills. However, unchecking the box will reveal that there are a lot more support gems that you can acquire. Not all of these will be useful, and it will require a lot of reading to know what will be good and what won't. So starting out, I'm not sure if I'd uncheck this box. However, if the idea of having more options excites you, feel free to read all of the options and customize your skills to your heart's content. Lastly, there's one more type of skill gem we need to go over.
The spirit.
After defeating the King of the Mists in the Act 1, you'll receive a Gembloom Skull quest item. Crushing the Gembloom Skull will provide you a small amount of permanent spirit to your character and an uncut spirit gem. The uncut spirit gems, then, are a new type of skill gem that uses the spirit resource. Spirit skill gems are strong passive abilities that can be toggled on or off, and provide you with very powerful buffs while they are active. When toggled on, they will use a certain amount of your spirit meter to remain active, but you can toggle them off at any time to regain that spirit. After choosing a spirit gem, you must place it in your skills menu and then press the prompt to activate the spirit skill. Finally, there's one last thing I need to cover to wrap things up. At the start of this video, I mentioned I wouldn't be discussing many outside resources you as a player would need to get going. Too many content creators are quick to recommend websites and apps to help with getting into Path of Exile 2, and I personally think that intimidates new players as it basically tasks them with additional chores they have to complete before they're allowed to just enjoy the game.
True.
However, with all that said, if you've made it this far into the video, I am going to recommend getting a loot filter. Loot filters are a very simple to add, convenient tool that hides useless loot on the ground, as well as highlighting important items. The process for adding them can take literally
Path Builder gave me PTSD, dude. Yeah, Path Builder is very intimidating, and so many different like meta stats that you're like, what the fuck am I even looking for?
In a minute, and is done through the official Path of Exile website, so there's no shady downloads or obnoxious installations. Simply log into your account on the Path of Exile website and then scroll to the bottom and click Item Filters. Once here, make sure your game type on the top right is set to Path of Exile 2. Then, click on NeverSync's regular softcore or NeverSync semi-strict, and on the top right click Follow. The higher number you pick, the more strict your filter will be, hiding more and more items. Now back in your game, open your options and click on the Game section. The first option will say Item Filter. Click the drop-down and the filters you followed should be displayed here. Simply click the filter and remember to hit the Save button at the bottom. And that's all. If later on you find that there starts to be too many items on the ground again, you can come back to the filters list and get higher tiers of NeverSync's filter. NeverSync's filters are frequently updated and are the community's go-to for item filtering. And that's all there is then. That's all the information I think you need as a brand new player to get started in Path of Exile 2 and even beat the campaign. Going forward, we have a bit of the video left, which like my first video, I'll be using to cover short bonus tips that might be good to know as you complete the campaign. Regardless, thanks for sticking with me up until this point, and I hope in this quick rapid fire section I can cover any other useful information you might need to know. So, without further ado, let's hurry up and finish this all off.
I fucked with this guy's video a lot.
In all towns, you'll have at least 3 primary vendors. One sells armor and weapons, one sells magical equipment and accessories, and the last one is used for gambling. Additionally, after you have completed a few of the starting quests in Act 1, you'll acquire a permanent NPC companion that resides in all towns, who will identify any items for you at no cost, and will allow you to respec your passive skill tree for your skill points. You can also choose to disenchant items at any of the magic vendors in town to break down those items above normal rarity into useful crafting currencies. Upon combining 10 of these shards together, you'll get 1 orb. Transmutation orbs turn normal items into magic items, and regal orbs turn magic items into rare items. All bosses will flash red and release this specific audio cue before initiating a powerful attack. While the attacks may be different for each boss, make sure to pay attention when you notice these indicators to increase your chance of surviving. Passing a checkpoint while roaming the map will fully heal you and refill your charges and your flasks. You can also teleport between any checkpoints in the zone you are currently in. Dying will resurrect you at your last visited checkpoint and resurrect all the monsters in the current area. You may find items with these empty sockets in them. These are used to place runes into the items. Runes are basically a crafting resource that will provide a buff to your item that they are socketed into, such as increasing damage on weapons or increased resistances on armor. Late into Act 1, you will gain access to the Salvage Bench. This bench can be used to break apart items that have either quality or rune sockets on them. The materials you get from salvaging can then be used to upgrade your current gear with the same properties. If at any point during the campaign you find yourself dying a lot, check your elemental resistances under your character page. Try to keep the primary 3, fire, cold, and lightning, as close to the cap of 75% as possible. Chaos resistance is very hard to find in good amounts, so while it can hurt, I wouldn't prioritize it during the campaign as it's also the rarest damage that you can take. If using a magical weapon, like a Wanderer's Staff, know that your basic attack
Also,
is
that staff to
associated
the
with the
start is
type of weapon
insane.
that you are using. For example, an Ashen Staff will grant the Firebolt spell, while the Gelid Staff will grant you Freezing Shards. Additionally, the random stats these weapons roll will more often be associated with their corresponding elements. This tip applies to both the passive skill tree and skills. While hovering over a passive or skill with these underlined keywords in the description, you can hold Alt on PC or press down the right joystick on consoles to hover over the text and select it. This will give you a detailed description and breakdown of what that keyword means and how it works. And that is really it. That's everything. I know it took us a minute to get here, but we did it. That's all I can think of that you might need to know as a beginner to navigate through the entirety of the campaign for Path of Exile 2. There are many more things that you'll learn as you play the game, such as currency items, crafting, and much more. However, to get you started, I feel like we covered the basics of everything that you'll need to know. The best tip I can offer you if you're ever confused in the game is to read. If you don't know what an ability does, read it. Wondering what a passive does, check the description of it. If after everything you felt like you've learned something from this video, I'm still embarrassed to ask, but if you could leave a like, it would mean a lot to letting me know that I did a good job. If you want to see more content like this, feel free to subscribe, as I'm still a very small growing channel, and believe it or not, this is only my 3rd video. Lastly, if you have any additional questions or felt I left out important information that a player would need to know, please feel free to leave a comment for feedback. I read every single one of them, and despite what everyone says about YouTube comments, I've personally found nothing but a wholesome community so far through my last 2 videos. I know that Path of Exile 2 can be a very intimidating game to get started in, but I'm sure you'll do great. The game is actively challenging, but rewards your efforts and makes you feel like when you're doing great, you deserve it. I wish you all the luck out there completing your first campaign run, and I hope to see you back here soon for more Path of Exile 2 content. For those of you who stuck with me until this point, but were watching my channel more for my Path of Exile 1 content, I apologize for being away for a while. Between a few unfortunate life events and starting up courses at a new university, things have been a little bit busy. I actually have a huge project nearly complete for Path of Exile 1, but I figured it probably wasn't the best time to release it, right as everyone was taking their break for the League. Whether you're a new or returning viewer though, I deeply appreciate the time you spent with me today on this video. I hope to go on many more adventures with all of you, through both Path of Exile 1 and 2. For now though, stay safe out there, Exiles.
What a great video. Congratulations. That was a fucking fantastic video. Even though I'm not like a beginner, I think that just, you know, understanding the aspects that you probably already know, but maybe sometimes you just need to be told again just to kind of like wrap your head around it really helps. So honestly, a fantastic video. I'm really happy I got to watch it again. So shout out to Mile Sweet. Thank you so much. Much love. Greatly appreciated. I love this video. If you guys need a beginner guide to Path of Exile 2, definitely recommend it. Go check out this video. All right. I'll see you guys on the next one. Ooh. Goxie said... I sent a picture in general on Discord. Okay. God damn it. Somebody wants me to play fucking CS2. God damn it. I'm gonna have to... Shout out to Goxie. Great looking dress. For a date on the 11th. Let's go. Woo. Let's go. Congrats on the date. Yippee. Shout out to Goxie. Oh, there's an end game. I want to watch more of his videos, to be honest. I fucking love launch. League starters. Crafting breakdown. Oh my god. Crafting explanation. Oh my god. Crafting breakdown. Dude, this is sick. Hold on. I've never actually crafted in this game in Path of Exile 2. So let's watch this other video. Path of so 1 second. Crafting is interesting. All right, we're gonna check out Mile Sweet. We just watched his beginner guide to Path of Exile 2, but now we're gonna check out his video called Path of Exile 2 Crafting Guide for Actual Beginners. Dude, he really sets up and shows and like explains things in a great way, and I love his video. So we're gonna check out his crafting beginner's guide. Not the Akira meme.
Well, you all asked for it, so here we go. Hey, I'm Miles Sweet.
Miles Sweet. That's how to say his name. Please, beginner guides should always be done in an explain like I'm 5 format. That is the best way of explaining. If you can't explain something to me, if you can't explain something to me, like I have CTE or like I'm 5 years old, then you're not doing a great job at explaining it.
After this video, I just wanted to thank all of you for your huge support on my last video. I never could have imagined that within only 3 videos, I'd have reached 3,000 subscribers. I only hope I can keep up the quality level of these guides going forward and can continue to be a reliable.
I'm going to do the bell. Shout out to him. He deserves it.
Resource for all of you in the community. Now, hopping right into things, let's begin talking about why all of you are here. Crafting. The infamous, unachievable mechanic spoken of in the darkest libraries of the Path of Exile communities. So mystical, so confusing,
so deep. Mortal minds can begin to fathom its nuances.
Or rather, that's what you've been led to believe.
Off topic, dude. Look, this is very off topic. I have a hole in my pants. You guys can't see it. It's like all the way down here, dude. This looks fucking ridiculous. I have a hole in my pants. It's like, what the fuck, dude? It's like, what the fuck? I have to check. I love these pants. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Fucking hate that shit. Change your pants. Remember to change your pants.
In actuality, crafting in Path of Exile 2 is actually not that difficult.
Stop dragging your balls on the floor. Who the fuck is dragging? Okay. You know, you're right, actually. I'm sorry.
And like all of my videos before, I hope I can shed some light on this intimidating system to help you all see how simple and approachable it really can be. To begin, I want to clarify, like I have with all of my other videos, that this is a beginner's guide to crafting. What that means is I am approaching it under the context that not only have you not crafted before in Path of Exile 2, you might not even know how it works or what items are used for it. Because of that, we'll be covering a lot of basics, like simple currency items, what prefixes and suffixes are, and working our way up to the more complicated mechanics like desecration and fracturing. If you've approached this guide as a complete beginner to Path of Exile 2 entirely, I might have to warn you that it can be a bit in-depth as a system, and I would personally recommend that you first get a handle on the general gameplay of Path of Exile 2 before approaching the crafting systems. If you're still figuring out how to start out in the game entirely, go ahead and check out my other video, linked in the card above and in the description below, to learn everything you'll need to know about getting started in your journey in the lands of Rayclast. For everyone else who feels ready, let's step into the seemingly daunting, yet actually relatively simple systems of crafting, and help you all understand how it works.
God, I love this guy's videos. He makes me feel seen as a beginner. I'm definitely like a beginner when it comes to Path of Exile 2. But like, he makes me feel seen and heard. He's like, let me explain something. Don't worry, it's not that bad. It's pretty easy. He's really like accommodating to the everyday like person that plays it very casually.
In order for us to begin crafting in this game, we're going to have to understand how items work in Path of Exile 2, so that we can understand how they're influenced by the crafting itself. For this, I've mocked up this handy little display board that will help us visualize just how simple everything can be to understand. All craftable gear in Path of Exile 2 can have up to 6 total modifiers on it, depending on their rarity. These modifiers are divided equally into what are known as prefix modifiers and suffix modifiers. Prefixes are displayed as the top modifiers on an item, while suffixes are the lower modifiers on an item, as you can see here. Only certain stats can be rolled as prefixes, and other stats as suffixes. For example, on a body armor, you can only roll plus number to maximum life as a prefix, and can only roll additional elemental resistances as suffixes. As I discussed in my previous video, almost all items in Path of Exile 2 come in primarily one of 3 rarities. There are normal rarity items, which have white names and only includes the item's base stats, but have absolutely no modifiers on them. Then there are magic rarity items which have blue names and can have up to 2 randomly rolled modifiers. And finally, rare items which have yellow names and can roll with up to 6 additional modifiers.
Now I'm understanding. That's why, well, the loot filter that I have, whenever like something drops and it's a red, it's like a red rarity or like a red thing for the loot filter. I assume that it means that the base stat is what I want, and then you just kind of have to roll for for other things that come with it. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense now.
These modifiers are evenly distributed between prefixes and suffixes. So for a magic item, it will only have 1 prefix and 1 suffix.
That's why, oh, sorry. That's why it's a lot better to start off and just roll from a base level weapon, like a normal level weapon, because you could start off with a really good base stat and then just kind of slowly build out your prefixes and suffixes and hope that you roll really good and then go from there. But because the base stat doesn't change, if you have a good starting base stat, you can kind of build up your way into changing your prefixes and suffixes if you really need it, if that base stat is 100% worth it. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now.
A rare item, then, can have up to 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes. You can check the current modifiers in your gear for what they are by holding Alt while mousing over them, or by pressing the Inspect button on controller. On the left-hand side, you will see it listed as a prefix or a suffix, and on the right-hand side, you'll see what the tier of modifier is. The lower number of a tier you have, the better, with tier 1 modifiers being the best. Generally, on armor, everything that adds life, mana, or a core defensive stat like armor, evasion, or energy shield will be a prefix. The suffixes on a piece of armor will then be composed of resistances, attributes, and utility-based modifiers. This rule is not absolute, but gives a general guideline for what you can expect. The only way to know for sure is to check the items manually to get an idea for what modifiers can roll as prefixes or suffixes, or to look up a list from an online resource like Craft of Exile. Any items you find can also have different bases, as well as what is known as an item level. The base of an item is basically what variant of the item it is. For example, the Obliterator bow has much higher damage per arrow than the Gemini bow, at the cost of 50% reduced projectile range, but the Gemini bow has a plus 50% chance to fire an additional arrow. These blue modifiers at the top of an item, above the prefixes, are known as an item's implicit modifier, and are not lost or changed when upgrading your gear. So when you're choosing which bow you'd like to craft for your build, you'll have to consider what base item you'll choose, depending on what kind of build you're playing.
See? I got ahead of it.
The final thing to consider when crafting is what's known as the gear piece's item level. Item level effectively controls what random stats an item can roll on it, and how strong those stats will be. For example, in order for you to be able to even roll the chance to fire an additional arrow modifier on a bow, you will need a bow that is at least item level 46 at minimum. Just like viewing your prefixes and suffixes, you can check what your item's level is from hovering over the gear piece and holding down the Inspect key. Keep in mind, a gear piece's item level is not the same as the level required to use that gear. So just because an item requires level 50 to equip it, does not mean it's also going to be level 50 item level. Now that we understand what prefix and suffix slots are, base items, and item
I did not know that. I thought the item level was like like you can't equip it because it's a certain item level. Okay, well that's news. That is news to me.
levels. Let's start the process of actually crafting in Path of Exile 2. Crafting in Path of Exile 2 is done primarily through the use of what are called currency items. The most commonly used of these currency items, which I'll refer to as additive currencies, are the Transmutation Orb, Augmentation Orb, the Regal Orb, and finally, the Exalted Orb. All of these items will affect the rarity and modifiers of your gear pieces, and each one, as I implied, will always add modifiers to your gear. However, even simpler than these items, we have what I'll refer to as upgrade currency items. These upgrade currencies are items that will directly upgrade a piece of gear with no RNG required. Items like the Artificer's Orb, which adds augment sockets onto an item, or currencies that provide an item with quality, such as the Blacksmith Whetstone and Armorer's Scraps. Quality directly increases the base stats of an item, granting a % increase to whatever base stats the item comes with. Augment sockets, however, will provide you with an empty socket, which you can slot specific items into, such as runes, soul cores, and talismans, to provide you with a specific, unchanging benefit. Once you do slot an augment into a socket, it cannot be removed by normal means, and if you decide you want to change it, you must overwrite the previous augment. Moving on from the upgrade currencies, let's get into the actual core currency items in Path of Exile 2, so that you can see specifically what they are and how they work. For this, we'll use our handy board from before. The most simple of all currency items is the Transmutation Orb. This item upgrades a normal rarity item into a magic rarity item and provides it with one randomized stat. This stat can either be a prefix or a suffix. An Orb of Augmentation then will take any magic item that currently only has one modifier on it and fill in the other slot. If you already have a prefix, then you'll get a suffix instead, and vice versa. Moving up, a Regal Orb is like the big brother to a Transmutation Orb. It will take any magic rarity item and turn it into a rare item, granting it one more additional random modifier, which can also be a prefix or a suffix. Be careful though, as the Regal Orbs will work even if you only have one modifier on a magic item, so it's almost always a good idea to use an Augmentation Orb to guarantee 2 modifiers before moving up to this step. Lastly, and most importantly, we have the Exalted Orb. Like the Regal Orb was a big brother to the Orb of Transmutation, the Exalted Orb is basically the upgraded version of the Orb of Augmentation. Using it on any rare item will add one random modifier to any available slots. You'll need 3 Exalted Orbs to make a full 6 modifier item if you're starting from where the Regal Orb left off. The last kind of basic currency item you'll see used occasionally are Orbs of Alchemy. These orbs will take any normal item or magic item and upgrade to a rare item with 4 random and completely new modifiers. These can be nice to quickly toss on an item in hopes that you get a good roll and save on Exalted Orbs, or can be used when you get 2 bad rolls on a magic item and just want a complete redo. Once you've reached later stages in the game, you'll additionally find higher tier versions of these currency items. These higher tier currencies will be called greater and perfect versions of their named currencies.
So cool, man.
At a basic level of understanding, these higher tier versions of currencies will simply increase the chance of you getting better rolls on your items, while guaranteeing you can't get below a certain tier on the modifiers. The way they actually work is a bit more complex, but I want to go over it and simplify it as much as possible for all of you, as the mechanics behind them are a very core part of crafting. In Path of Exile 2, whenever you add a modifier onto a piece of gear, the modifier that is chosen and the chance of it being chosen is based off of something called the weight of that modifier. In simple terms, the heavier the weight or bigger number it is, the more likely that modifier is to be chosen. Breaking it down further though, you can imagine weights being the different sides of a dice. Let's say you have a pair of boots, and for example, we'll pretend that there are only 3 possible modifiers they can roll, these being dexterity, fire resistance, and movement speed. We'll give each of these modifiers a weight based on how rare they're supposed to be. Dexterity will have a weight of 3, fire resistance a weight of 2, and movement speed being the rarest will have a weight of 1. When the game is deciding which modifier to give you, it first adds the weight of all these modifiers together. So in this case, the total weight will be 6, which we'll represent with the 6-sided dice. If the die rolls the numbers 1, 2, or 3, your boots will gain dexterity, as dexterity had a weight of 3. Next, if you roll 4 or 5, you'll receive fire resistance.
What?
Finally, all that's left is if you roll a 6, you'll receive movement speed, as it was the final roll remaining. Every single time you roll a new modifier, this system is used to determine which roll your item will get. Expanding this example, let's say we add in one more roll. It will be a % reduced attribute requirement on your shoes, and we'll give it a really big weight value of 14. This upgrades our 6-sided die from before all the way up to a 20-sided die. As you can imagine, our chance of getting movement speed on our boots has gone down a lot, as now we'll have to get a natural 20 just to get that specific stat, and rolling a 14 or lower will give you reduced attribute requirements, which for many people is a useless roll. This right here is where tiers of currency items come in. When you use a higher tier of currency, let's say a perfect orb of transmutation, it will guarantee that no modifiers below item level 70 can possibly roll on your item.
What the okay,
Let's
well, hold
pretend
on.
reduced attributes is a level 45 modifier. By using our perfect orb instead of a regular one, we have basically forced the game to remove that roll from the possible pool of options entirely, bringing us back down to our much more comfortable 6-sided die. The last thing to discuss in this section is the idea of blocking rolls. I won't go too into this, but basically, when you're rolling for a new modifier, it cannot be a duplicate of one you already have. So let's assume we're using a perfect regal orb to add a new modifier to our boots. We'll say the boots already have dexterity on them from the previous example. Since a perfect regal orb will block any modifiers below level 50, we still can't roll reduced attributes. Additionally, since our boots already have dexterity on them, that option is removed as well from the pool, so now all that's left is our fire resistance and movement speed rolls. Now, our chance of getting that movement speed is only a 1 in 3 shot, which is much more likely than the potential 1 in 20 if all the modifiers were possible.
Okay. I have to replay this. I'm sorry. I got a little confused.
Once you've reached later stages in the game, you'll additionally find higher tier versions of these currency items. These higher tier currencies will be called greater and perfect versions of their named currencies. At a basic level of understanding, these higher tier versions of currencies will simply increase the chance of you getting better rolls on your items, while guaranteeing you can't get below a certain tier on the modifiers.
Okay.
The way they actually work is a bit more complex, but I want to go over it and simplify it as much as possible for all of you, as the mechanics behind them are a very core part of crafting. In Path of Exile 2, whenever you add a modifier onto a piece of gear, the modifier that is chosen and the chance of it being chosen is based off of something called the weight of that modifier. In simple terms, the heavier the weight or bigger number it is, the more likely that modifier is to be chosen. Breaking it down further though, you can imagine weights being the different sides of a dice. Let's say you have a pair of boots, and for example, we'll pretend that there are only 3 possible modifiers they can roll, these being dexterity, fire resistance, and movement speed.
How? Okay. My question is it only these 3 modifiers? Like, are these the only 3 options that we get, or is it just a random assortment of options? I don't understand this part.
We'll give each of these modifiers a weight based on how rare they're supposed to be. Dexterity will have a weight of 3, fire resistance a weight of 2, and movement speed being the rarest will have a weight of 1. When the game is deciding which modifier to give you,
His example is hypothetical. Okay, well, weight is the chance of getting that specific option. Okay, weight is the chances of getting the specific option. So like if I get boots, if I want like a helmet with health or something else, is there a pool of different attributes that each equipment gets that I can see? Because I don't know what pool of attributes each equipment has. There's a database where you can see what attributes the item can get. Okay, so it's specific towards the equipment, and each equipment can have different attributes. Ah, okay. Craft of Exile. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Okay.
It first adds the weight of all these modifiers together.
Thank you.
So in this case, the total weight will be 6.
Okay, okay. That was the only thing I was like, oh, well, he explains it.
Now, our chance of getting that movement speed is only a 1 in 3 shot, which is much more likely than the potential 1 in 20 if all the modifiers were possible.
This is something that I didn't know about.
In actuality, when rolling for modifiers, there are a lot more potential modifiers that can be rolled, with much more variance in their weights. On top of that, even if you roll a modifier you like, such as movement speed, there's no guarantee you'll roll it as high of a value as you would like. However, I wanted to explain all this so that you could understand the systems working in the background and how they operate, so that you might be able to figure out how you could best get the rolls that you were hoping for. Moving up from the additive currencies, we're going to start tackling some of the more slightly complex crafting items. I'll call these modifying currencies, as instead of always directly adding modifiers like the previous ones, they modify the ones you currently have or will grant specific rolls. The most important and basic of all of these currencies are known as essences. You'll find these throughout the campaign attached to monsters that are trapped in a crystal. Freeing the monsters and defeating them will reward you with whatever essence was attached to them originally. You can also use currency items called Vol Orbs to corrupt the essence before opening them.
Boom. That's extremely helpful. I'm over here just blindly throwing resources at equipment and praying to the RNG gods without knowing what possible attributes I can even get. I'll tell you right now, I'm right there with you. That is exactly what I've been doing. So this is brand new news to me. So this is going to help me tremendously, at least in trying to pinpoint exactly what attribute I'm trying to aim for. I didn't know about this at all.
Doing this will either upgrade the essence, add an additional essence, change the essence's type, or cause the monster to instantly break free. Essences will come in tiers like additive currencies, growing up from lesser to greater essences.
I have
They're
hella
also perfect
essence.
essences, but they
I have hella essences that I don't use.
behave slightly differently, and we'll cover those in a little bit. For all essences besides perfect, they basically operate as advanced versions of regal orbs. When used on any magic rarity item, they will upgrade it to a rare item and provide a specific guaranteed stat to the item based on the type of essence that was used.
Oh, actually, I do know these.
This stat will always come as a specific tier of that modifier based on the tier of the essence. For example, the essence of the body will always grant plus maximum life when used on any kind of armor. The lesser versions will only grant 30 to 39 maximum life. The regular essence will grant 85 to 99 life, and the greater essence guarantees 100 to 119 increase to your maximum life. Each kind of essence provides a different stat, and may only work on certain types of equipment, so make sure to check the essences before trying to add them to an item. The next modifying currency we'll go over is known as the Orb of Annulment. These are fairly rare and often more expensive currency items, so using them tends to be less common. Their purpose is very simple. They simply pick a random modifier on your current item and delete it. The modifier chosen is entirely random, so it can be a bit of a risk if you have 2 or 3 really valuable
Orb
rolls
of
you
Anal.
prefer to keep. Next up, we have Chaos Orbs. These orbs similarly will pick one random modifier on your current gear and delete it, sort of like an Orb of Annulment. However, on top of removing the modifier, they will then immediately add a new modifier in place of the one that was taken. Chaos Orbs also come in greater and perfect forms, but end up usually costing a good amount at the higher end. The second to last modifying type of currency that we'll be discussing are known as Preserved Bones, or Desecration type currency items.
I love desecration
These
ones.
come in the forms of collarbones, jawbones, and ribs. Collarbones work on jewelry, jawbones are used for weapons and quivers, and ribs are used for armor pieces. There are also preserved craniums, but those don't apply to most items and instead only affect jewels. When using any preserved bone on a rare item of their associated gear type, they will desecrate the item. Upon desecrating an item, a new type of modifier, known as a desecrated modifier, will be added to the item in the form of this squiggly green text. If there is no room for a new modifier on an item, the desecration will first remove a random modifier and then add the desecration in its place. Once an item is desecrated, you can take it to the Well of Souls, located in Act 2, to reveal what modifier was added. Upon revealing a desecration, the item will roll 3 different modifiers and allow you to pick one to add to the item. One of these 3 modifiers will always be a special desecrated modifier. This is as if you took the dice from our previous example and rolled 3 of them at once, then got to pick which number you wanted to choose from the results, with a few new options added in. Each desecration currency can either come in Nod, Preserved, or Ancient variants.
Oh.
Nod bones will desecrate their respective items, but can only be used on gear up to item level 64 and below. Preserved bones can be used on their respective items and will give completely random rolls. Ancient bones are the equivalent of greater orbs from the previous currencies, meaning they'll desecrate the item, and when revealing modifiers, will never give any roll that is below item level 40. Finally, coming back to the start, we have perfect essences. If regular essences are like upgraded regal orbs, perfect essences are like upgraded chaos orbs. They'll pick a prefix or suffix on your current gear, remove it, and put a new one in its place. Like normal essences, the modifiers they give are guaranteed and sometimes will only work on specific pieces of gear. The modifiers that come on perfect essences are mostly unique to them, and because of that, they can become very valuable. Lastly, we'll be discussing some of the more advanced crafting materials in the game, but covering them in less detail each, as they get more specific use cases and oftentimes are very rare and can cost extremely high amounts of in-game currency to purchase them. Starting out, we're going right for the big guns, the Divine Orb. Divine Orbs are the gold standard for trading in Path of Exile 2, with almost all other currency items being compared against them. They can be worth several hundred of other currencies, such as Exalted Orbs, and are usually used to purchase higher quality items from other players. Despite all of this, Divine Orbs are fairly simple in their usage for crafting. When used on an item, they will randomize all of the current stats within their same tier. For example, Tier 1 maximum life can roll from between 200 to 214 maximum life. Let's assume you got really unlucky and rolled 201 on it. You could use a Divine Orb on the item and potentially roll it up again to that 214 life maximum. Though useful, Divine Orbs are basically only used on items with several extremely good rolls to try and get that last little bit of juice out of them, and I'd personally recommend against using them for crafting unless you have a god roll of an item, as for one Divine Orb, you could potentially craft dozens of new items. Fracturing Orbs are the next high-end currency, and are also oftentimes
Yeah, what the fuck are fracturing orbs? I have fracturing orbs.
not worth using unless you really know what you're doing. While Divine Orbs can be worth hundreds of Exalted Orbs, Fracturing Orbs can be worth dozens of Divine Orbs. When using a Fracturing Orb on an item with at least 4 modifiers, it will fracture one of the modifiers at random. Fracturing a modifier will turn the text a light brown and cause it to become permanently fixed to that item as it was.
Okay, so it just can't be
no matter
removed.
what currencies are ever used on that item, the fractured modifier will remain and cannot have its values changed, even by Divine Orbs. Our next currency is a much cheaper option than the others of this section, but I decided to save it until late as it's usually the very last step you'll use in the crafting process. The Vol Orb, when used on any item, will modify it unpredictably and add a corrupted note to the bottom of the item. During the corruption of an item, many different things can occur. Modifiers may be added, removed, have their values changed, be completely re-rolled, as well as they might gain extra augment sockets or quality. Additionally, any item that's corrupted may gain what is known as an enchantment. Enchantments are bonus stats rolled from a small pool of modifiers based on what kind of gear type the item is. These can be minorly helpful, from stats like extra accuracy to incredibly valuable in other options like gaining maximum spirit or levels to skill gems. There are even more potential options from corruption that can occur, but they vary based on item types and rarity, so I'll be skipping those today. Once an item is corrupted, it can never be modified again by most means.
Okay.
There are a few new items added in the Fate of the Vol League that allow you to potentially modify corrupted items again, but these may change in the future and can also be potentially expensive options. Lastly, and unfortunately most briefly, we'll be discussing omens. Omens are the most impactful means of crafting in Path of Exile 2, but because of that, they also are usually the most expensive means as well. Omens are items that can be toggled on in your inventory, and will provide you with a bonus effect when their trigger condition is met while they're active. These can range from small buffs, like giving you more gold when selling items to vendors, to enormous options like the Omen of Whittling, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to only remove the lowest level modifier on your item.
What?
Basically
Goddamn!
guaranteeing you'll
What the? But that's fucking nuts.
always get an upgrade. A few options of cheaper omens that are still fairly useful can include things like the Omen of Greater Exaltation, which makes your next Exalted Orb get used twice. When using perfect Exalted Orbs, this can be a good means for getting double the value for your currency. Omens of Sinestral Exaltation and Dextral Exaltation will instead guarantee that the next modifiers your Exalted Orbs add will be either prefixes or suffixes. Similarly, Omens of Sinestral and Dextral Necromancy will instead make your next Desecration only add either a prefix or a suffix. This can be extremely useful, for example, when you have 3 bad suffixes but open prefix slots to guarantee you instead remove one of the suffixes with your Desecration instead of adding a new prefix in. Omens can be acquired primarily through the Ritual and Abyss mechanics, and can be quite varied in their uses. Once again, these are basically the highest end of crafting, and should be used later on once you have the money for them and know what you're doing and what kinds of items or modifiers you're looking for.
What the fuck? That's crazy.
Originally, I had intended to have a section in this part of the video demonstrating the entire process of crafting an item, from base to desecration and even selling it on the market. However, after spending about 2 weeks on this video and the current runtime already being so long, I made the choice to cut that out for now. Instead, I'll be releasing a follow-up video where I can go more in detail with that process, so that you all can get a good idea of
We're watching the follow-up video. I feel this guy is so helpful.
how you can make your own gear completely independent. If you're still feeling confused, that's totally understandable. I'll be trying to release that example crafting video shortly so that we can walk through the entire process of crafting together from start to finish. Even though I gave you the individual pieces of the puzzle, I know it can be hard to understand how to fit them all together, and so I'm sorry I didn't finish that section in time for this video's release. If you're coming to this video in the future, feel free to check out my channel in case I've finished uploading that video, or any other crafting examples I hope to make. I'd love to show off several different items to help you all understand how you can target specific modifiers and how to handle tough decisions throughout the crafting process.
This guy is reading my fucking mind right now. This guy is fucking lit.
I know that crafting can be very intimidating as a system coming into Path of Exile 2. Hell, I know several people with thousands of hours in the game between Path of Exile 1 and 2 that still don't understand the systems and how to craft.
Yes!
However, I hope through this video we've helped you feel like you have a bit of a baseline understanding for how to get started in the entire process. If you found this video helpful, a like
Oh, easy. This is the easiest like of all time, dude. Holy crap.
and subscription are always appreciated while my channel is still growing. If, however, you found anything confusing, please feel free to say so in the comments. I still try to read every single one of them and reply to any that
Okay, we're switching over to his other video, dude. Shout out to this. Holy crap. We're just gonna continue on. Crafting breakdown. Crafting explained. He talks about endgame. Dude, alright. This guy's alright, let's go.
Man, that last video took a lot more time to make than I realized. I hope it does alright. I feel like crafting was a bit of a niche topic to cover. Oh. Alright then. Yeah, I'm Miles Sweet. I make highly informative guides on the game's Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2, where I break down the game's
I love this guy's videos.
complex and often poorly explained mechanics into a much more simple and digestible form. If you're new to my content, I have to let you know that this video is a continuation to my last video on Path of Exile 2, which was a complete beginner's guide to crafting. In that video, we discussed the basics of crafting in Path of Exile 2, including, but not limited to, what item levels are, what various currencies do, and how rolling modifiers on items works between prefixes, suffixes, and the general odds of getting various modifiers. If you've already seen that video, or feel you have a pretty good grasp on the core crafting systems of Path of Exile 2 in general, then this video will be right for you. However, if you're still having difficulty understanding the crafting systems of Path of Exile 2, I do highly recommend watching that video for a comprehensive breakdown of the entire system, as I won't be covering most of that information today. In this video, we'll be simply going through the act of crafting a single item. The
Let's
intention
go!
Being to explain the entire process step by step so that you can get an idea for the general flow of crafting items. We'll be trying to create a cheap item today, as this is still a beginner's guide, so we'll assume that you're still just starting out and looking to experiment and not jump straight up to items that are going to cost you several divine. The last thing to mention is that the audio for most of the remainder of the video was originally recorded for my last beginner's guide to crafting. However, as that video had already gone on for a total runtime of over 25 minutes, I decided to create this as a separate guide instead. Because of that, there may be times in the audio I mention concepts or items as if we had just discussed them previously. I just wanted to make sure to clear up that potential confusion before starting, so that no one will be left feeling like they were missing something.
Let's go!
We'll be starting our item today completely from scratch, beginning at normal rarity, moving up to something that is simple and usable. The goal here is not to make anything crazy, but rather to show off the process and demonstrate you can make something cheap for yourself. We'll be assuming you've reached the end of the campaign for this process, but if not, you can still perform the same process by using the items you buy from the vendors during the campaign and using lower levels of the currencies. With all of that setup out of the way, let's get started with today's craft and show you all how simple the process can be. To start off, we'll buy ourselves a normal rarity Gemini bow off the market. You can do this by typing the item's name and then clicking this drop down for the rarity here on the top right of the trade window. Next, we're going to ensure that the bow is at least item level 81 or 82. At level 81, we get the ability to roll tier 1 for increased elemental damage with attacks, as well as tier 1 for all the added elemental damage modifiers, like fire, cold, and lightning. At item level 82, however, we could roll tier 1 for % increase to physical damage, which is the most commonly sought after roll. However, this jumps the price of our bow base up from 1 exalt to 6 exalt, so for this example, we'll stick with the cheap option of 81. Like in the last video, we'll be using our handy crafting board to help visualize the process each step of the way. I'll show off each currency used here on the right, but for all currency items in general, you can use them simply by right-clicking on the currency in-game, and then left-clicking it onto your items. Our first step with crafting this bow will be to use a perfect orb of transmutation on it to convert our normal rarity item to magic tier, and to roll a high tier first modifier. That netted us a tier 2 fire damage modifier to our bow, which is not that bad.
Tier 2? Damn, that's crazy.
Next, we'll use a greater orb of augmentation. While not as good as perfect orbs, the greater orbs of augmentation are incredibly cheap, while perfect orbs of augmentations can be several exalted orbs in price. In this example, we got lucky and rolled a tier 3 of chance to fire additional arrows. This is a fairly uncommon roll, but we'll stick with it for the rest of the craft. For our next step, we want to make this magic item into a rare. To do this, we'll be using a greater essence, which we bought off the currency exchange. Typically, for most martial weapons, the best option is often to just add flat physical damage using the greater essence of abrasion, as almost all damage your attacks deal will scale off of it. Sometimes though, you may want to instead use a greater essence of haste for attack speed, which can make your gameplay feel a lot smoother and might result in the same or higher DPS.
Whoo! Okay.
Physical damage added will be in the form of a prefix, and attack speed is added as a suffix. While I personally am wanting the attack speed, I'm going to choose to go with the essence of abrasion instead today. The reason for this is I really want the modifier plus to number level of all projectile skills on my bow if possible, which is a suffix modifier. So having 2 suffix slots open gives me a greater chance in snagging that modifier. After adding our essence of abrasion, we have 1 prefix slot open and 2 suffix slots remaining. For now, we'll do what's called Exalt Slamming, which purely means we're just going to use an Exalted Orb and pray for the best. The reason I'm choosing to use an Exalted Orb here is that I don't particularly mind if I fill my remaining prefix slot. Most of the modifiers I can roll on prefixes will be valuable regardless. However, even if I land on a suffix, I'll still have one remaining suffix slot open to potentially use for Desecration to try and get that plus level to projectile skills roll that I'm hoping for. We'll use a Greater Exalted Orb, as it only costs a little bit more than 2 regular Exalts, and we'd rather not get any of the lower level modifiers if we can help it. Remember, the more modifiers we cut out, the bigger chance we have of getting the rolls that we want. I got really lucky on this roll and landed a nearly perfect tier 1 life leech, which is very handy for sustain. Our next choice comes up to how much we want to spend and how much we feel like risking. If we use another Greater Exalted Orb, we'll have a 50% chance of getting a prefix or a suffix. If we want to use a Desecration to give us 2 chances of getting our level of projectile skills, we might lose that chance if we roll a suffix. However, we are also currently missing any good percent physical damage rolls on our prefixes, so that's another thing we could consider rolling for. This moment is one of the most difficult to decide on when crafting, and can be a bit intimidating for people to have to consider all of the options. To save us from having to consider too much, we'll just slam another Greater Exalt in and see how it turns out. We actually managed to land on the level of all projectile skills roll, which is awesome. Unfortunately, we only got +3, where naturally it can roll up to +5. However, that still isn't bad. For example, if we hadn't rolled it here naturally, we might have had to use a perfect Essence of Battle instead to get the same modifier, which costs 260 Exalts and also caps out at +3 anyways. To finish off our bow, we could always just Exalt Slam it once more, but I think we'll go ahead and finish it off using a Preserved Jawbone to desecrate our last prefix modifier. Since we have one open slot, the Desecration will guaranteed fill that slot, granting our last prefix. Afterwards, we'll simply head over to the Well of Souls to reveal our Desecrate modifier and find out our final bow build. Unfortunately, with our reveal, we didn't get any physical damage or flat damage modifiers we were hoping for.
That kind of sucks.
We could take the percent increased damage against enemies that are longer range, but with this build, we're doing a closer range playstyle, so we'll simply choose to take the tier 5 cold damage for a bit of extra flat DPS. Now that our bow is done, we can put the final touches on it in the form of our upgrade currencies. Applying Blacksmith Whetstones, we can increase the physical damage of the bow by an additional 20%. Then, we can add 2 augment sockets to the bow using Artificer's Orbs. Lastly, we'll throw some Greater Iron Runes into the bow to increase our base physical damage even more. By adding the minimum and maximum values of all of our damage modifiers together, dividing them by 2, and multiplying the final damage value by our weapon's attack speed, we can get our total raw DPS, which ends up totaling to about 315.
Is there an easier way to look at DPS? Do I have to do all the math to get to that point?
Finally, let's go ahead and price check our item against the market. First, we'll insert our weapon again, a Gemini bow. We'll ignore the item level as that doesn't matter now that the crafting is done. Since we already entered in the DPS, we don't need to enter in any of our prefix modifiers, as they are all just flat damage increases. For suffixes, we'll do them one at a time. When entering in the values, it's a good idea to lower the amount you're listing them at to the bottom of their tier, unless they're really well rolled, just to widen the search. Just adding 80% chance for an additional arrow sadly doesn't seem to be doing much. However, don't get disheartened, as we did roll multiple good mods together. Next, we'll add level of all projectile skills and set the minimum to 3. Now we can see a stark jump in prices, netting potentially a Divine Orb, which already covers the cost of crafting the bow easily.
Yeah, how do you look? Hold on. Let me see something. What? I guess there's a website. I think it's a website. Yeah, what the fuck? That's actually crazy. How the fuck do you even look at that? Oh, there's a DPS calculator at POE2.dev. DPS calculator. physical, lightning, and it tells you, I guess it tells you the DPS, total DPS for the output. Oh, this is pretty nice. I guess. That's a little. Oh, there's a live data importer eventually coming soon. Okay, well, it's good to have. It's POE2.dev. I'll keep that up, but
However, we have one last modifier left, and we also got a great roll on this one. Adding Life Leech to the lowest percent of the current tier's value, which is 8, finds us with only one competing option, worth a whopping 17 Divine. However, his roll is a +4 to level of all projectile skills, and the roll he got on chance to fire additional arrows is much higher than ours. Now, before we immediately list our bow, we should mess around with the modifiers in the market to see how they might appear in different combinations. If we remove the minimum roll and their chance for arrows, we can see that the price does drop a good amount, down to only 4 divines. However, on all of these rolls, we can see that our bow has a higher DPS and higher life leech. It's very possible that the additional arrow roll we have might not be worth much at all. However, there's also a possibility that the lack of similar options on the market could represent that this specific roll is being bought up frequently. There can be a lot of different factors to consider when selling items on the market, and unfortunately, it can end up including a lot of estimating. For now, I'll just trust my gut and list the bow for 5 divine orbs. I possibly could have gotten more, but most of our weapons' DPS is mixed and not physical, which can make it worth less value to some players. Obviously, if crafting this item for yourself, you wouldn't need to sell it at all. If you just reach endgame and were starting out, this small cost of only 15 or 16 Exalted Orbs could have just netted you a bow worth about 5 Divine in value. If our bow ends up selling though, we'll be up 5 Divine, which currently are worth about 315 Exalted Orbs each. That means we basically made about 100 times our cost in profit from this single craft. I have to emphasize though, that this craft we got did happen to get lucky on a few of its rolls. However, the important thing to remember is, if each bow only costs about 15 Exalted Craft, and a single bow could net us nearly 100 times that profit, then we'd only need a single good bow out of every 100 we craft in order to make money. And the good news is, I would say on average, you'll end up with a lot more good bows than that. Now that you've seen the process done, I encourage you to try it all for yourself. Try to keep each craft to between 10 to 20 exalts in cost if you can, and be mindful of committing too hard if you have too many bad rolls. Remember, there's never any shame in restarting. For a general flow of a fairly cheap item, you can follow these steps for the most part. First, pick a base you like for your weapon type of choice. Next, purchase the item at normal rarity, and ensure that the base is at least item level 76 to 82. These are the average item levels that you can get the best tiers of modifiers from. Then, start off with a perfect transmutation orb, as they're incredibly cheap and always guarantee a modifier above tier 70. Next,
that's assuming that I have exalts. I know, but I feel like you just have to. You have to sell. You have to sell items. That's your best bet at getting exalted.
Use an Orb of Augmentation on the item. Specifically, I choose to use Greater Orbs of Augmentation, as they're also incredibly cheap and will wipe out most of the bad rolls. If you have them spare or are fine spending the money, you can also use a Perfect Orb of Augmentation, but they can also cost up to several Exalted Orbs each. In order to take your item from Magic Rarity to Rare, you should almost always use a Greater Essence to guarantee a stat you want. Technically, you could use a Greater or Perfect Regal Orb as well, but then you'd be entirely gambling on what stat you'll get. For remaining modifiers, you can choose on how you want to proceed based on what kinds of modifiers you want. Generally, I would just use Exalted or Greater Exalted Orbs to fill in 1 or 2 slots. Finally, make sure you use a Desecration item to fill your last slot. Like I mentioned in the previous video, this is effectively getting to roll the dice 3 times and then pick your favorite option, so there is very little reason not to do it. Once you've completed your craft on an item, you can decide for yourself if it's an upgrade for you, if it's worth selling, or unfortunately just something you'll have to scrap. Even if the craft goes poorly, don't feel too bad about it, as you'll still get experience with the process. So next time, you'll have a better idea for the flow of making an item. We only covered one craft in our video today, which I feel a little bit bad about, as there's so many variables that can go into crafting items, and many times you might get good or bad crafts, and knowing when to commit to a craft or when to move on from it to a new one is also an important part of the process. If you all would like to see more videos like this going forward, then let me know in the comments below. In the future,
Easy.
I would like to do multiple crafts of the same item in a video so that you can see the steps that you can take when the craft doesn't go quite as well. If you have any specific types of items that you'd like to see crafted, or any parts of the process you had questions about, I'd love to know so that I can do better going forward. As always, if you enjoyed the video, a like and subscription are always appreciated. The reception on my last video was honestly pretty staggering, and despite me stating that I had 3,000 subscribers in that video, I'm already nearing 5,000. Okay, so I wrote this script about a week ago, and then that time, you all have absolutely blown my mind and pushed me well beyond 5,000 subscribers. Accounting for editing time, I might even hit 6K by the time this video drops. Thank you all again so much for your support. It's been amazing getting so much positive feedback from you all, and I really want to keep improving both the quality and hopefully the frequency of my videos to help you all understand the game better. I'm so happy to finally get to make something that's actually useful for this community and helpful for people enjoying this game that
I love this
so
guy's
much.
videos so much.
Your support really does mean the world to me. Whether you joined me in the past with my other Path of Exile beginner guides, or you are here purely to learn crafting, I still wish you all the best in your journeys out there. I can't wait to go on more adventures with this community. Until then though, stay safe out there, Exile.
Dude, this man is already at almost 20K. Dude, this guy is so good. Like, I love his videos so much, honestly. He talks about endgame. He talks about league starters. He talks about return of the ancient start channel announcement. All right. I think we've watched enough videos, but shout out to him, man. He has helped me understand crafting in a whole different light, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Miles, or Mile. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you guys on the next one. All right, we've done a lot of checking out. Let's jump into Path of Exile. Dude, those videos help me out so much. All right, here's my character, level 54. I'm still kind of working my way through. I'm in the preludes right now. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna continue on.
Not here.
I'm gonna continue on all my tasks, but I'm gonna look through all my stuff. Look, I have divine orbs, exalted orbs. I have a bunch of these fluxes too. I have essences too. Look at that. Adds physical. I also have these, I don't know what this can grow into a currency items on the Genesis tree. I don't know what the fuck that means. Fully recover your flask and charm charges when you reach. Oh. I want to sell all of this stuff. So okay, so let's look. So I'm gonna teleport back to my hideout real quick. So my goal, I'm gonna go through my stash real quick and start selling a bunch of stuff. So I'm just gonna start selling a bunch of stuff that I'm not gonna use. So that's probably iron. I don't think any of this is gonna sell, but I mean it's better I check. Okay, so let's see how much this is going for. 1 exalted orb, 1 regal orb. Somebody's selling it for a regal orb. I'll sell it for an exalted. I don't think it'll sell for an exalted, but
Yes, yes. Oblivion. As long as I well. Someone is bound to buy that.
1 exalted. $25.44. Yeah, that's a fucking. All this is exalted, so I'm gonna sell this for like. Let's just sell it for like a regal orb. Let's sell it for like 20.
I'm sure someone will want that.
I'll sell it for exalted.
I'll do what I can to sell it for
I'm
you.
just gonna take a bunch of stuff that I don't really need and sell them. Okay.
Yes?
Wait, what? Everybody's just selling it for 1.
Seems like a good deal.
Yeah, I don't think any of these are gonna sell, but whatever. It gets me out. It gets it out of my shop or my stash. I'm gonna sell that for 1 exalted.
Have an order? Someone is bound to buy that. What's new? Is that a good price for that? I have no idea.
Okay. Let's teleport back. All right, let's go through this. Okay, I'm still following this build.
Shot. Prepare yourself.
Woo, okay. Oh, buddy!
I shot.
I'm gonna, once I get like a good normal bow, I'm going to try and like build it out and see if I can do something with it. I'm gonna test what I've learned. Did I? Yeah, this is the leveling build, right? Yeah, campaign. Okay. Find your way through the darkness.
Very well. This one dies first. All right then. Which one of you wants to die first? I friend the earth.
No! Damn it. Okay.
A temporary truce then. This one dies first. Frozen solid.
What the fuck? I accidentally clicked the button. Oh my god, dude. No! I think I gotta upgrade some armor or something. Oh my god! I think my armor is just not like up to snuff right now. Maybe I'll do some rolls a lot. Maybe I'll do some rolls to kind of get a feel. Oh my god, dude. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to roll for some better equipment. Oh, my heartbound pearl actually sold. Oh my god. Let's go! Oh my god, okay. Exalted Orb.
By the order of the Red Thane, they still resist our new master's message. But hunger does wonders for a man's faith. Raise their fields, kill their cattle, crush their resistance, but keep them alive. We need worship, not corpses. Bring them to Wolvenholm. Oswin will take care of the rest. Tarry not, the Wendigo watches from the shadows. If we dally, it will know.
Okay, I got attack speed. Stones. Stones.
The monument eyes upon you.
I think once I get my character, yeah, I'm hoping that I can get a really good base weapon and start upgrading that. But I also need better like armors. Oh my god, it has a fucking cold resistance. I don't know how many runes there are, but
I shot.
I think there's like 5.
Return to the earth.
Please. Oh, exalted, nice. Protection, vision. Let's just get an exalted orb. Oh, a unique bow? What the fuck? I'm going with unique bow.
Forgive me, Rayclast.
All right, here we go. Detonation, baby.
In my sight.
Oh my god.
Too weak, too slow.
A charm that grants bleeding. That's good. I thought I got the...
Ice shot.
No, I didn't. All right, give me 1 second then. Let me check it out.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and I'm excited to say we finally have an update on the shader loading and device remove problems that PoE 2 has been suffering from for ages now. To spoil the ending, both problems are significantly improved. Get the new NVIDIA driver and download the most recent patch to PoE 2 and things will be much better. But we wanted to make a video to explain what these issues are and why they took so damn long to fix. So what is this device removed anyway? Well, basically what it means is that you've got a crash in your graphics driver. If you're a player, here's how it looks in PoE 2. At some point, the game will freeze. The freeze lasts for a couple of seconds for some players, but much longer for some others. After that, you'll see the Gears logo loading screen. And then after that, you get back to gameplay. But for a little while, some players can have poor performance. And that's because shaders are continuing to load in the background using more of your CPU. And what's really annoying is that for some players, this happens all the time while mapping. And it seems to be more frequent than the most recent patches. So what's happening here? Well, that's a long story. One our engine programs have been unlocked by for almost 1.5 years now. This problem has existed since the very first version of PoE 2, but it didn't happen nearly as much back then. Way back then, the problem was crashing the game, but at the time we just couldn't reproduce it. In order to get more info, we started adding lots more debugging information to the game, so that we could try and work out what it was. As part of that investigation, we found out that it only affected NVIDIA graphics cards, and then it only affected people using the driver version 566.36 and newer. Annoyingly, that's the driver that came out just before PoE 2 came out. So just contact NVIDIA, right? Well, it's not so easy. NVIDIA will only help you if you can give them solid reproduction steps that the engineers can follow. And those steps unfortunately can't be just grind to top tier juiced maps. So even though ultimately this is a bug in the NVIDIA driver and it affected a huge number of high level players, quite frankly, they just didn't really seem to believe that it was as common as we said it was. So we still had to try and fix it ourselves. And it was annoying, because the problem was both incredibly common and yet very hard to reproduce reliably. At the time, the best we could do was have someone manually play the game for multiple hours, and it would eventually happen. And remember, this crash just happens in the graphics driver, with zero information about what caused it or what was happening at the time. All we could do was attempt to make random changes to the engine, and then play for 3 to 4 hours and see if it still crashed. You really are just taking shots in the dark at that point. So since we didn't have a fix in sight, we decided to try mitigating it instead. Instead of crashing, how about we just don't crash? And that's what you now see when you get a graphics driver crash. Basically what's happening is that we're freeing all the textures and shaders and so on, reloading the entire engine, then reloading all those resources again, all without actually crashing the game. The downside is, it can take a little while, but it's
So what do you do for GGG? I play POE 2 to see if I crash.
better than
What a great job.
crashing. And with the frequency of crashes that we had for this in the early days of POE 2, the solution was pretty good. But we still wanted to actually try and find a real solution. So we went down an incredibly deep rabbit hole of trying to reproduce it. We added so many debugging options, so many metrics to the engine that we could gather, and because it took so many hours to reproduce, we even created a whole replay system that we could play back long game sessions in order to try and get the crash to happen. You would see a bunch of machines around the office looking like this, playing back game replays in order to try and reproduce the issue. And eventually, with the replays and an incredible amount of work from our engine team, we managed to get it to happen fairly consistently. We got a replay that would reproduce it every 5 to 7 minutes on average. We even packaged it into a single folder that you could just run and go. And since it didn't happen on every machine, we decided to take one of our computers that reproduced the problem and ship it to NVIDIA. PC, monitor, hell, we even put the mouse and keyboard in there. We didn't want to leave a single variable to chance. We put the whole damn setup in a box, we sent it to them, and we waited. And waited. And then, around a month ago, they finally saw the problem with their own eyes and assigned a driver engineer to look into it. And around 2 weeks ago, they noticed that increasing an internal value called the shader heap size caused the crash to go away, which is something that they can change just for our game. And 1 week after that, we have a new NVIDIA driver, version 610.88. And as you can see, the crash rate with the new driver is back down to what it was before. But there's another issue we've been working on, reducing the time taken to compile shaders. So what's going on here? Well, this one's a little bit more complex to understand, since it has more moving parts and more ways for it to suck depending on our exact situation. So to start with, what are we even talking about? Well, when you join an area after you've finished loading, you can see a count up here of how many shaders are still compiling in the background. On the loading screen, we load all the shaders for all the things that you can see when you join, but anything off the screen, like all the monsters, bosses, skills and effects that are later in the area, these are still loading in the background with lower priority, and they're supposed to be loaded by the time you get to them. Now most games don't do it this way. Instead of loading them in the background, when you start them up for the first time, or reinstall your graphics driver, you have to wait for a fairly significant amount of time at startup to compile all the shaders. These shaders are then stored in your driver's shader cache. Now this cache has a size configurable in your driver settings, but it's not really that big by default, and it's shared by all the games in your computer, so once it fills up, it's game over. No more shaders will go into the cache. And the difference between loading a shader that was cached in this folder and a shader you have to compile from scratch is huge, like hundreds of times longer as your driver compiles all the shaders from scratch. And annoyingly, the exact same NVIDIA driver version that caused the device remove problem also removed the ability for the driver to clean up old, unused shaders. So this folder is very often full on many player machines. The only way to clear it is to do so manually or reinstall the driver. Now in most games, a full shader cache will result in stuttering, as they assume the shaders will be in the cache when they compile them at startup. In POE 2, instead it results in longer load screens and objects not being drawn when they should be.
True.
You get to them before the shaders can be loaded in the background. And unfortunately, a game has no way of knowing if the cache is full or not, and no way to know if the shaders you compile are just disappearing into the void. If your cache is already full, it's possible for you to install a new game, spend 5 minutes compiling shaders, and then ultimately that's completely wasted when the game is just a stuttering mess anyway. In any case, what can we do about it? Well, ultimately we can't prevent all the problems listed above, What we can do is reduce the size of our shaders in order to make it much less likely that the cache will get filled up and that you'll run into issues. Now just one last important thing. When you install the new driver or download the new update, this will result in old shaders being cleared, and we'll have to recompile them again. If your shader cache wasn't full before, this means the first time you run the game, you'll see longer loading times than you're used to for a little while as you encounter each new mechanic for the first time again. But bear with it. I can assure you that performance will restore to a much better place than before after that process is finished. And there we have it. The saga is over, and now our engine programmers can go back to optimizing some more normal performance problems. Thank you all for bearing with us through these issues. See you in Rayclast. Now it's time to open the bottle of champagne. Goodbye.
Okay. What, Goxie? Was there something that I missed?
Like hundreds
I didn't see any. What was the thing that you mentioned? Did I miss something? There's a war spear. Was it this video? I don't know. Oh, it was this video. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Death summary. Death recap. A great sword. Where's this from? I don't know where this is from. Where the fuck is this video from? Where the fuck is this video from? What is this from? Crescent Greatsword. That's actually fucking nuts. But like... Oh, no, you're right. Right here. Great swords. What the fuck? All right, that's fucking sick. Thank you, Goxie. I didn't know that. That is actually the video too. Hold on, is this one the newer one? Sorry about that, guys. Okay.
In my sight.
Did I already grab all of the monuments?
Cool off.
Also, I thought I was supposed to get the unique one. What happened to the unique? I'm missing one? No, I'm missing two. Sorry. All right, let's do it. I need to get my physical attack up, but I'm gonna wait until I get like a better base stat weapon.
Easy trophy.
There's qualifiers happening right now in POE 2. I think it's for ExileCon.
I shot.
Dude. Oh my god. Okay, I really need to like start upgrading my I really need to start upgrading my shit. I need a better stat, like a base stat. I was hoping that I would be able to just work on my character like naturally and get like stuff. I might have to go to the shop though. I'm missing one. What the heck? Actually, obsession.
Cool off. Filthy thing.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm missing one. It's probably in this fucking...
Too weak, too slow.
Got it. I think it's right here, right?
Casimir bends to his will, as shall you, Casimite. Drown in darkness! Ruin!
What the fuck? I missed. Okay, I definitely need some new. I definitely need a new weapon.
Suffocate!
What the fuck? There we go.
The mists remain.
All sound and no fury.
Maybe you need different single target skills. I mean,
It seems
that
they
could
got
definitely
away
be the
for a
case, but
reason.
I think that
Seems they were
I think that my
trapped
weapons
first.
are
At that
under
age, perhaps you'll be
not
able to
under
pass
leveled,
through the
but
wood.
they need to have like better stats on them. That's my guess. So if I look, I have like a tier 9 accuracy rating, and I don't think I really need that.
It worked. Hello.
Am I here? Like, where am I at? Oh, I have to go to Scorch Lands. Scorch, right? That's not a bad level 50.
Rather not break my back.
38. I want to see if I can do something. I don't need this. What the fuck am I supposed to be doing with these? I want this. I want this. I just don't know what to do with. Hold on. What the I don't need this spear bow. There we go. I had a fucking... Okay. So, let's head back to the waypoint real quick. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to test this out, right? So, obviously, I'm going to put all of this stuff away first. Accuracy rating. Level 26 accuracy rating. I don't really need that, so we're going to... Should I sell it? Okay, so it wants me to use physical damage. It adds cold damage, but it physical's still the same. Adds physical damage and then adds cold damage and increases attack speed. Okay, well, I'm gonna probably buy those. Hold on. Maybe I'll buy one of these too. I'm probably gonna buy this. I just have to identify all my stuff real quick.
How can I help?
Okay, so obviously intelligence. Talisman, don't need it. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have two. I need physical damage, and artillery bow, and attack speed. Plus 50% surpassing chance. A chance-based stat capped at 100% chance for a result to occur. However, some chances can surpass 100%. In this case, the event for which you have a chance to affect will occur once for each 100% chance. For example, a surpassing 215% chance for an event to occur will cause the event to occur twice. Okay, so it's like to fire an additional arrow. I mean, that's pretty good, right? Both of these have that, so it's either I get this tier 4 or a tier 3. Oh, well, it has a tier 7 cold damage. I don't really need cold damage at the moment, right? Okay, I'm gonna buy this and buy this armor and buy this. I feel like this is definitely gonna help me out. Okay.
If you find a
So let's see what we have so far, right? Right now we need. I need physical damage and attack speed. I need attack speed. So first off, this is my normal bow. This is my normal bow. He said to start off with an essence. Well, I need it to go to a magic, right? No. All these upgrade magic. So I need a magic item. So I need to go from a normal. I need to go from a normal to a. Upgrades a normal item with a magic item. This is a greater orb of transmutation, which is a higher percentage or a higher chance of getting a higher skill. So let's see. Boom. Okay. Nope. Wrong one. Boom. Gain 39 life per enemy killed. That's definitely not what I want. Is it worth it at this point? I don't know. Maybe I'll use one more orb of augmentation, though. a greater orb of augmentation, not transmutation. So let's try 1, right? Cold damage. Not really what I'm aiming for. It does help out a little bit, though. Okay, so that's not bad, but I think this is the better choice in the matter. So this one is probably dead in the water. So increase physical damage. This is a magic. So I have an essence, right? Can I guarantee a physical damage? Yeah, look, here he goes. One-handed melee or bow adds 16 to 24 to 28 to 42 physical damage. It adds. Now, is this a prefix or a suffix? I don't understand it. So if I use it, what does it give me? Does it give me a prefix or a suffix, or just does it increase my physical damage, my base physical damage? I feel like it's a prefix, right? It's going to add a prefix to it. So let's try it, right? So if we add a let's see if we add this greater essence of aspiration. Boom. It adds just a normal, is that it adds a prefix. Yeah, it adds a prefix of physical damage, which is a really good amount of physical damage. So which is great. 50 to 101. I'm at 52 right now. Okay. We still need attack speed, though. So at the moment, we have 1 prefix, 1 suffix, right? We can have up to 6. So we want to do 5 and then roll for the third one. Okay. So this is the max amount of stuff I can get for this 54 for this bow. For magic. All right. So I can upgrade it with a regal orb. It gets me 1. Let's see. So we upgraded to a rare. Oh, it is already a rare, though. Yeah, it's already a rare because I added the physical damage to it. Did the essence have to be on magic, or could it have been on a rare? It has the essence that I use. Well, every essence it has to be a magic to upgrade it. Everything it says upgrades a magic item to a rare, adding a guaranteed modifier. So it has to be from magic. Okay, so now it's a rare. I have a prefix and a suffix, so that means I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I have 4 more. I'm gonna use 3 exalted orbs to roll. I'm hoping that it gives me some what I'm aiming for is an increased attack speed. So it's item level 56. Or should I look at the item level? Do I have oh look, desecrates. Desecrates a rare item. I remember the video saying something like certain attributes are only available at certain item levels. Oh, you're right. What was that, though? What was that website? POE trade? No. What was that POE website that you can look at? Oh, craft. Thank you. How do you fucking... Alt Control C. Alt Control C. Okay. Can't find the item. What if what? Oh, I'm in POE 1? What the fuck? Oh. That's funny. Thank you. This is kind of foreign to me, so I'm not exactly sure. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Eye level, weight, prefix, weight. Okay, what the fuck does that mean? I remember him telling me. I feel like I haven't. I feel like I don't remember. If I need attack speed, the weight is a lot higher. I think the higher the weight, the more likely it is to roll. What is the number next to it? Like 2,000, 3,000. What is that? Eye level carries weight as well. Okay. Oh, 54 is the current level of it, right? 54, well, 56 is the current level, but because that lets you get higher levels. What is 70? Is 75 the max? No. Oh, it's just this tier. It looks like it looks like if I roll for it, I'll probably end up getting a fucking lightning damage on it. At least that's what I'm seeing from here, right? But like, is it worth rolling? I feel like it's worth rolling mainly because I need to upgrade my bow at that moment. So I can't really be too stingy. This is what I have. I'm sorry. This is because I have leech right here. This is what I have also. So now, what is this? Increase accuracy rating. Number 4, number 2, number 1. So what does number 1 mean? Is that the tier? What is this? Modifier group. Okay. Okay, so let's see. All right, so I have this up, right? We're going to look at this. Right now, I'm going to use an Exalted Orb. We're going to just test this out. This is a perfect testing grounds to see exactly how this works. So my assumption, what I would think that would come up, let's say if I get a prefix, a random prefix, my guess is that I would probably get lightning damage because it is a higher weight comparatively. Obviously, there's still chances of getting others, but as of right now, it looks like 22% chance is of getting a lightning damage if I get a prefix. As of right now, for my suffix, I'll probably get looks like a 14% chance on additional dexterity, which I don't need. What I'm aiming for is this 9% chance to increase attack speed. How do I guarantee the increased attack speed? Maybe not guarantee. How do I successfully try to increase the chances of getting that attack speed? I'm definitely going to use this jawbone. Maybe I shouldn't use the jawbone just yet, but I feel like I should. Okay, so if we look at this, right? All right, I'm going to use one Exalted Orb, and we're going to see what happens. So realistically, this is what I'm aiming for. It's a 9% chance. The weight is like 5. Right now, it looks like I'm just gonna get a dexterity. So let's see if that's correct. So we go in, we use an Exalted Orb, boom. Oh, I got the attack speed. Holy fuck, that's 16%. That's actually fucking nuts. Okay, so does this upgrade? Nice. Okay, so it looks like I'm probably going to get accuracy rating maybe. It's a tier 5. Is that right? It's a tier 5, so oh man, this is I'm so confused. My guess is that the accuracy rating is probably, but like I got the things that I really needed, which was physical damage increase. What do we have? So we have one prefix, one suffix. We have 2 suffixes, right? Oh, it's a tier 2. That's actually nice. So I have... I have one more suffix and one more prefix, or two more prefixes. So let's see. Let's see where it goes. Right. So we increase it. Boom. Cold damage. Now we have cold damage. What was that on the increased elemental damage with attack? Adds, which was a 15.189. So it could have been a cold or a fire damage, to be honest. I'm still a little confused about it. What are we at now, though? That's a tier 9. Ew. Increased physical damage. So this is actually what I want right here. So I have 2 prefixes and 2 suffixes. What I want is increased, what is it? Increased physical damage. I have adds physical damage, but I need increased physical damage. So I'm going to, maybe I'll use a desecrated rare bow, rare weapon, desecrated rare weapon. There's a chance I get the last, I need a, it's a prefix, right? Yeah, it's a prefix, right? I didn't know that little icon tells you what to roll for. What? What do you mean? What little icon? That you have equipped it. What is that? What do you mean? The little blue icon on the top left of the item. Oh, yeah. So this is for my build. That's why. Some people don't use it, some people use it. But yeah, so some people use this to explain like, oh, this is what you're aiming for. That's at least with the build crafter. So like this is like maximum life and dexterity and stuff like that. So it tells you, but now I don't know what the chances of people actually utilizing it, but my build does. So I need a prefix. I need a prefix though, dude. So I need a prefix, a really good prefix. I'm going to desecrate it. Okay, I desecrated it. I'm really hoping. Let's head over to, because I'm controller, I couldn't just hover over it. Ah, okay. Oh my god, I never got the Well of Souls. Fuck.
I stopped. I still overcome.
How did I never get the Well of Souls? Well, I didn't mean to go over here, but whatever. Yeah, Jade, if you ever want to, I know we talked about Division, but if you ever want to go through POE 2 again, we can start. I know you don't want to start over a new character because you have already, but I just want to, I want to try some different things, you know what I mean? I want to like attempt to like, I don't know. Oh, I'm down to reroll another character. Yeah, I want to try like another, maybe not a build. I want to like go through with a better knowledge of what I'm aiming for.
Got no pack space for that.
Damn it, dude. What the fuck? What do I need for my maximum life and dexterity? That's... Dude, maximum life is at 7? Excuse me. Dude, what the fuck? I want this. Oh my god. I want that vest. Hold on. I don't know, man. I don't know if it's gonna happen. Oh my god, I did it. I gotta fucking start going through all my shit. Okay, here we go.
Feeling I'm not welcome here.
Right, so.
The truth's down there somewhere. Just... Do you understand? What did you just...
Okay, so now we have this, right? Boom. Well of Souls, give me something good. I'm looking for increased physical damage. That's what I'm aiming for. Is that correct? Increased physical damage. Right now, I have just adds physical damage, but I want increased physical damage. So let's see. Ah! There it is. Oh my god. Brother. What?
Touched by something foul.
Your soul is beckoning.
Brother, look at my physical damage is 113 to 228 right now. Oh my god, this gives me 15 dexterity. Oh my god, I need more dexterity. That's so fucking unfortunate. Okay, hold on. I can't use it just yet, but I can at least like stash some stuff. Boom, boom. I gotta start utilizing some other stuff. I need dexterity. Are you fucking kidding me? How the fuck am I gonna? I can't use any of this shit. I need dexterity, dude.
Greetings.
Problem is that if I...
The winds change direction.
Item requires 23 more dexterity. God damn, dude. All these dexterity only give me 5. Brother. I need physical damage. Adds 2 to physical damage. And then I need cold damage, which this doesn't have. An increased attack. Oh, it does have increased attack speed though. This is actually a little bit better. Okay, I think I'm gonna like break this down maybe.
It is good to see you.
Rangers primarily isn't dex. They are primarily dex, but like you need like a range, like a wide range of different ones. Dude, that sucks. This is the one I just had on. Yeah, I can get rid of this. Okay, so adds 2 to fire damage and then 1 to cold damage. This adds physical damage, but also chaos resistance too. Spell damage. This adds strength, dexterity, and intelligence. I feel like that's such a fucking... That's so bad, though. I think I need to upgrade this. This is plus maximum life plus 8 strength. 24% increased flash chance? That sounds like ass. All these seem kind of bad. Footprints, it's probably doesn't sound useful. No, I think it's just cosmetic stuff.
How can I help?
Damn, this has great movement speed, but it also requires a lot of intelligence. Okay, fuck. How am I gonna get this dexterity, right? Okay, so I could put dexterity on this chest piece, but I feel like that's such a waste. What do I need for this chest piece, though? Let me look at this build real quick. At the moment, I'm level 59, right? I'm 55. Okay. Apparently the chess piece just doesn't really matter. This is level 16. Item level 23. Yeah, I don't know if that's a really good high item level. Oh, hold on. My chess piece is level 27. Okay, well, I might have just fucked up. Maximum life and strength. Okay. Why do I need strength? I need fucking dexterity to use this. I really don't want to add dexterity to this. This is already giving me more. Okay, so let's see what we can do. Let's add a socket to everything real quick. I don't want to rely. I really don't want to rely on. I really don't want to rely on another thing to give me dexterity. Look, this bitch has like 14 dexterity right here. I don't want to like put in a slot like because I require dexterity. I just want to be able to have dexterity. How much lightning resistance do I have right now? I have negative 2%. 2% lightning resistance. That's not fucking good.
How can I help?
This adds 15 dexterity, dude. I feel like that's such a waste. Level 26, though. Lightning damage attacks. Okay, so let's see what this does. So I already have the physical attack. I do need the lightning. Look, this motherfucker gives me 14 dexterity also. Fuck. God damn, dude. I'm kind of interested in seeing where this goes. Do I have an essence, maybe? Maximum life is pretty crazy. What's the item level on this? Item level is 38. 54. Maximum mana. That fucking sucks. That kind of sucks too. Life regen though? Brother. Oh man, this sucks. Okay, so everything has fucking dexterity. All my armor has dexterity, and I don't think that that's a good thing to have. My armor and my weapons should have like its priority stats, and I should be getting dexterity from another source. Maybe? I don't know, actually. So let me go.
What have you learned?
The problem.
Training can't hurt.
See, I need 13 more dexterity. That's kind of crazy. I only have... Okay. Oh, I actually have enough dexterity. Maximum life and strength. I don't think that maximum mana and life regen is good. Okay, whatever. We're gonna add 2 of this, and then we're gonna add a rune of an iron rune. If I can find it. I only have 1 iron rune. Oh, fuck, that sucks. Okay, so I have increased physical damage and increased physical damage. Now this thing is 128 to 259, which is fucking nuts. This one, I need maximum life and strength. Again, this doesn't have maximum life at all. I think I'm good now. I don't know how I feel about any of this stuff, though. I mean, this is physical damage, right? I don't think I need physical damage. Oh, I need physical damage here, but I also need lightning damage. This one gives me 100% evasion rating, I guess. I still have like 2%, negative 2% on lightning. So I might need a lightning resistance on some shit. What I feel like the slots, the runes should be like what you're using for like resistances. At least that's what I think. I think I'm getting way too in the weeds of it right now, but I should be utilizing some of these. Now my lightning resistance is 26. Okay, I do need to get better resistances though. This one gives me better spirit. I need the spirit. Right now I'm at 1 spirit. So if I get rid of this, I'm pretty much fucked. Poison immunity might help. Okay, I'm just gonna get rid of all this shit now.
Good to see. Be careful.
Removes a random modifier and augments a rare basic jewel with a new guaranteed crafted modifier. Okay.
Oi.
Okay, I think.
Oh, wow.
All right, let's see. I'll return to the darkness, the Scorch farmed. Oh man, I have to reset that one. Well, whatever. Let's see if I do enough damage.
Let us deal with this one first.
Okay, well, I definitely do some damage.
Cool off.
By the order of the Red Thane, they still resist our new master's message. But hunger does wonders for a man's faith. Raise their fields, kill their cattle, crush their resistance, but keep them alive. We need worship, not corpses. Bring them to Wolvenholm. Oswin will take care of the rest. Carry not.
I'll tell you right now, I actually kill them a lot faster.
If we dally, it will know.
Oh, that was fucking nuts. That attack was fucking crazy, dude.
My mother used to talk of the wildwood. This feels just like it.
Yeah, dude, this weapon does a tremendous amount of damage. Holy shit. Why would I get 4 when I can have 6? Okay. Yeah, Jin, let's re-roll a character, and then we could play the character together whenever we have a chance, and then when we're not playing... Oh, hold on. When we're not playing together... Oh my god, did I sell off that thing? Fuck. Your inventory, your next exalted orb will add 2 random modifiers. Yo, that's crazy. Yeah, we could start a new, we could re-roll, and then we could just, like, you know, casually play that character whenever we have some downtime. Why would I get this staff? Oh no! Okay, that was my fault. I ran into that motherfucker. God damn it, dude. I honestly wish I can I honestly wish I could look at my loot filter. I wish I knew how this loot filter worked, like what the colors all mean. Like, what does this mean? Why is this more stand out? I'm looking at like what the loot filter is, but I don't understand. I wish there was like a readme or something. Oh, installation / update. It's recommended to check the update once a month or at least before new leaks that receive. Hi, Nightmare. Okay. What the fuck did what the fuck does that mean? Good evening. We guys are all having a wonderful day. Thank you for stopping in and hanging out with me. Appreciate it.
Woven, whispered, wrapped in shadow.
There's a wand, a ring. I don't know what these blues mean. I'll grab him, but like. Heavy belts always go for 15 exalts if you want to sell them. I mean, that's not bad. I'm not really pressed on exalts. I'm just trying to understand if that is what the loot filter wants me to do. Like, is that why it's showing it? Normal heavy belts. I mean, this is a normal heavy belt, right? Yes. What is like the use case for a normal heavy belt? Damn, you still have the heart. I know I do. I don't know. I need to make some room. I need to go back. I just haven't had. It's in Act 3. That's funny. If you chance orb, it can get a headhunter. Hmm.
Cool off.
So it's not worth it. A talisman. Oh, my bracers. My bracers sold. Nice. Is this worth it? Like, can I not look at it? I can't look at the shop. Like, is it good for me to use it, or is it just better for me to sell it? No, very much. I'm very much still learning a lot of the ins and outs of it. I played like 300 hours, but I feel like I'm very much still learning. Sell it for 15 exalted. Okay, so it's not even worth keeping. The POE market check is only in town. I got you. Thank you, Goxie. Appreciate all the help, guys. Thank you guys so much. And now you're going in for the Fubgum eye shot like every one of us is doing, I assume. Well, I told him that it's expensive as fuck because it's Fubgum build. It's true. But to be honest, I was just kind of looking. I wasn't like checking the market on how like people, like what builds people are playing. I was just like, I went into the idea of going, hey, maybe I want to play a ranger. Let me look at some builds. I was like, what's the most popular build? And I was like, oh, this eye shot. Cool. I didn't realize it was like, I guess it makes sense why it's so popular, but I didn't realize it was like that popular, you know? I was mid-maxing my eye shot for about 300 divs. God damn. Not really mid-maxing, but close. Oh, buddy. I don't think I need those, right? Okay. Okay, let's check. What the fuck? I did not mean to open that. Yeah, 13 exalts. Damn. Going for an obliterator bow. Those guys are available at level 45. Ooh.
I have a buyer. Oh, it's you. Have an order? I'm sure someone will want that.
What is the... Okay, hold on.
How can I be?
Identify!
It's your lucky day.
Yeah. Let's see if anybody... I'm just gonna take it out of my...
Seems like a good deal.
Good evening, all of you. Well, thank you. How should I say your name? True? True Heavyon? Heavyon? Tron J? I hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping in on the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you for all... Call me Chris. I got you, Chris. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for stopping in and hanging out. I hope you're doing well. Well, the heavy belt sold already. That was fucking nuts. Damn, how many fucking... Okay, I don't know why I stopped at 12. Let's just get to 20, just for fun. Okay. On holy days, right now, drinking whiskey and sharing good moments with you guys. Well, thank you, appreciate it, man. Thank you for the kind words. I hope you're having, I hope you're having just an amazing, relaxing day. Cast speed, lightning speed. Okay.
If you find it. Stick to the camp.
Germany. Whenever I say that, I have the need to apologize for that. No, don't. You're fine. You're fine, broskies. We have a bunch of people from everywhere. I mean, like Nightmare early in the chat. He's from Portugal. Goxie, Goxie, you know how much I appreciate you. Goxie's from Sweden or the Netherlands. I'm wrong. There's one. It's one of those. Goxie, don't hate me. I'm so sorry. I think I got that correct. It's definitely one of those. Damn, I'm Goxie is from Switzerland. Oh man. Goxie, I'm sorry. Why the fuck did it zoom in like that? Goxie, I'm sorry. I appreciate you. Why did it zoom in like that? It's so random.
This. You are confident?
That's okay. You got Goxie's flag right in XCOM. I did, which was honestly very surprising. You know what's funny is that Goxie has the flag correct in XCOM, but they didn't have like a Swiss accent, so I just gave her a German accent because I was like, I think this is the closest I'm gonna get. When you get to level 66, get yourself Cardio's Gambit. Is that a bow belt? What kind of is it? An equipment, I assume. Quiver. Okay. Okay. I thought I had that. No, I don't. I didn't. Thank you. Thank you. Chris. I gotta remember your name. Thank you, Chris. Tell me about your POE 2 history, so. Well, I started playing... What the fuck? I started playing POE back, I think in 2020. I started playing POE 1. I played it for a bit. It's like one of my one of the first games I actually started streaming was POE 1. You know, I, like everybody, all my friends, well, you know, I never had anybody super hardcore into POE. There's people that really enjoyed it, and some of my friends did, but I, you know, not like people I talk to on a daily basis. But I would play it, enjoyed it, and then you know, once they announced POE 2, absolutely fell in love with the idea of how active the action-based combat was, or how fun the classes looked, even though, you know, they're a lot of the same classes, but just the level of depth that you can get, and also the simplified gem system compared to POE 1. Now POE 1's on the simplified gem system too. But, and then you know, other than that, I started playing POE 2, And as of now, I'm like, I'm still very, very much novice. I'm like about 300 hours in. I played every season that has come out. And I'm still very much trying to learn different systems about behind the game, or at least trying to like get a better idea of how to read certain things, like how on hold on, like how on Path of Exile, what is it, like Craft of Exile, like how this is supposed to be shown. Like I didn't even know this existed until today. Because I was trying to like get a better understanding of the deeper crafting mechanics. Because I was the type of person that would just slam divine orbs onto equipment and not really, I guess understanding what that entails or how to get the best possible roll for my specific weapon. So I'm still trying to get over this tough learning curve. But overall, I still love the game. But I want to understand it on a deeper level. It's just there's a lot of specific things that I might not be understanding too well, or like with more time I play it, with more time that I play, which is funny to say. I need more time after playing 300 hours. But yeah. It is my favorite ARPG at the moment. I play a bunch of other ARPGs. Me and Jin have been playing Grim Dawn since that new expansion just came out. I plan on going back into Titan Quest 2 when probably like 1.0 comes out. Played Diablo seasonally, but not as much. I can never find that find the necessary want to go into Diablo. It's a bit like the grind is a bit boring. I don't care what your experience level in POE 2 is. I just want you to know we are here to help, and we are many. You know what? I greatly appreciate that. It is very kind words. Yeah, Goxie's been an absolute gem, helping me every step of the way. So yeah, I really do appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Because we are lovers of POE. This community, that's what I meant. We are lovers of the community of playing POE, and I feel like the more understanding behind the specific mechanics of the game, especially crafting, I feel like we'll get a lot more enjoyment and a lot more hours of playing this game, and that's what I want. Also, 1.0 is coming out soon, so we have another class to look forward to. ExileCon's coming out at the end of the year, which is in New Zealand. So there's a lot to look forward to. Okay, I'm looking. Hold on. Okay. Oh, wait. I might be a little lost. I mean, really, what are we talking about? A bunch of ones and zeros? We are here to have fun. It's our hobby, so let's go out and kill some kittens on the street. What does that even mean? Kill some kittens on the street. That is a German phrase I'm not too familiar with. Refuge, crypts, jungles, ruins, infested barrens, sand, Sunswept marshes, drowned city, apex of filth, modern vault. Travel to Arrow Rat and locate the sacrificial dagger on the altar near the checkpoint. Arrow Rat. Where the fuck is Arrow Rat? Am I tripping? Am Wait, hold on. Am I stupid? Sometimes it just happens. That's my brain. Goes in another direction. Apologies for me. No, you're fine. You're chilling. You're chilling. Oh, okay. It's right over here. What are you looking for? I'm looking for to get the sacrificial, so I can get rid of this fucking heart.
Nowhere to run. Too weak, too slow.
But back to the game. Have fun with Viper.
I shot.
Thank you. Well, I don't know if that's a. I'm thinking. I will have fun, but I'm not exactly sure if it's like a good fun or like good luck. Viper is dead though. Is Viper dead? Dude, I can't see. Aren't you an interlude? Yes, I am. I am in interlude. I'm just trying to find the... I'm trying to get rid of the heart thing. Oh, yeah, you have to stab the heart in the sacrifice platform surrounded by the mountain of bodies, yeah. So I just gotta find where it is. Dude. I think it's... I read it's like somewhere in this corner. No? Okay, I might be wrong. Can we exchange? What? Keep up the ice-tipped fingers. You can sell those for like 5k gold. Are you talking about the idol? Yes? Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, here. like did this already. I think I keep up. Picked up like 5 idols on my run of this map. 5.6 gold per. Oh, nice. Oh, here's the pile of bodies. I just gotta figure out how to. Oh, that's the black chambers. It seems like there's a lot of sacrifice platforms everywhere, though. Where's this one specific one? Said it's on the edge? Only one. Gotcha. Not that one either. Wow, okay. That definitely looks like... Am I tripping? Okay. Maybe it's on the other side. Do you have any chance as a ring if you manage this with your resistance because defense over damage? Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Whole Sir Clan as a ring. Okay. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. There it is. There it is.
How many was sacrificed at this altar? An easy trophy.
Thank you. Get rid of this fucking heart.
Just like gutting an animal, in a sense.
Those just go to Oswald in town. Okay, cool. I'm running this ring still with level 96 and damage-wise, it's more than enough. Okay, all right. Sounds lit. Let's see.
I can't bring. I promise you.
Oswald, my man. Now I have more space.
Stay wary.
Hello there.
killing someone. Don't drink the water.
Go for the blue. Oh, I'll wait until I finish the campaign, and then that's when I'll go for the bow. Have you killed the witch in Act 3? I don't think I have. Let me double check. Doesn't look like it, so we'll head that way, I guess. You get more spirit. Oh man, I definitely need more spirit, so. Wrong way. Oh, it's down this way. Okay. What the heck? No? The bog. Oh, that's funny.
I can feel it.
These Azak treat their land.
I do remember this area, the poison area. I remember just getting my shit rocked.
Cool off.
Well done.
I remember I couldn't find this map and I was just right there the whole time.
Pretty good at this, aren't we? Keep up the search.
Effigies of death. This is not what I expected.
You practice the snipe mechanic? I have practiced it. Hi, Celeste. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for stopping in. You're dying in Act 1? I feel like everybody dies in Act 1, unless you're like a smurf or something. So that just means you gotta retool, maybe. Retool your armor or your weapon. But a lot of early game is luck of the draw. Act 1 is the hardest. Act 1 is definitely the hardest part of the game. This, the cinders from the totem show where the boss is. What? I did only get the game 2 days ago. I mean, the totem that burnt you. Oh my god, I forgot about this girl. So I think that you'll be, if you stick with it, you'll have a great time. It's just a process of learning everything. Do I have this? Yeah. Do I even have Wind Dancer in here? I don't even need freeze. With the release, you have to release at the right time to do the damage. Yeah. You just wait until pushing that particular. You hold it until it lights up, like highlights, and then you're good to go. I got you, Chris. Don't worry. I got you. I got you.
One less blight on the land.
No, what am I doing? Support gems. I gotta get a level 3 at least. Okay. Cool. Cool. Okay, I think we're good. What have you been running? Or what have you in recent been running? I know you've been playing other stuff. Oh my god, hold on. Damn it, that's crazy. Press Z. Oh, let's go. Thank you. Should I get those studded boots? What is? Just Unidentified. What the fuck am I listening to? Chris, are you talking to me or Goxie? I didn't want to answer for Goxie. Oh.
By the order of the Red Thane, mark the walls, mark their doors, mark their fate. The Wendigo beckons. We must rise to the occasion.
Did I already go
Those that
here?
deny his voice must pay with blood. Use it to rouse the sign of the heretical. Brandish it. Once marked, Oswin will have them, and so shall we. Lend your ear to the voice. Drink your fill of that sweet embrace. Give yourself the eternal night.
Oh! Let's keep it. Point in there to wait for you. Okay. Damn, dude. You know, I really want to play like a Marauder. I guess like a... Am I thinking... The Marauder is the class that's currently still in PoE 2. Is that correct? Or am I getting that one mixed up with the other class? One second. I think my overall goal with PoE this time around, at least until we ended up playing Star Wars Marauders PoE 1. Damn it. Okay. What is the other? What is the main like what's it called, class. Warrior, that's the class you started as. Okay. Oh man, and hate it. See, I think I just built that character wrong. And or the build I was following just didn't really mesh well with what I was thinking of doing. I do want to go back and like try to get like an end-game build started on the warrior. Again, maybe with all of this extra knowledge that I have, maybe it might help me actually figure some things out. Also, I just uncovered the world of first world problems today, having a headhunter and complaining about having Shroud Walker on you as a buff. I'm gonna tell you right now. That joke doesn't make sense to me, but I am happy for you and or disappointed, I think. I'm still trying to understand the I'm still trying to understand everything about this game. If there's any inside meaningful jokes about this game, unfortunately, you're going to have to explain it to me. And if you can't explain it to me, that's perfectly fine. Because I want to be inside. I want to be on those inside. Headhunter gives you the buff of rare enemies. Headhunter gives you the buff of rare enemies, like in endgame maps. Is Headhunters a specific, you know, actually. It's a belt. Oh, what the hell? Okay. I thought it was like a stat that happens. Shroud Walker teleports you to the enemy. Just like at the end of a map, or like or it's just any enemy. You get the buff for 60 seconds. Okay. Okay, sorry. Okay, so you get the buff for 60 seconds. Headhunter is a belt that gives you all the buffs from packs for 60 seconds, and there is a buff that Goxie was Goxie was way faster, and it just teleports you to a random enemy. Shroud Walker is a real killer with Headhunter. I bowed down before you. Thank you, Goxie, for explaining that. I appreciate it. I want to be inside on the know on jokes. And I appreciate you explaining it to me like I'm a 5th grader. And I need, because that's exactly what I need. Okay. Give me a second, guys. Okay. This is why we are here. We all started as a 5th grader. Only some people forget that. Yeah, well, I'll tell you right now. I'm still a 5th grader at heart. Stupid jokes, fart noises still make me it makes me fucking laugh my ass off. I don't know what it is about fart noises, but that shit fucking kills me, dude. That is like the stupidest thing in the world, but holy fuck, it'll make me chuckle so bad. Hey, yo, what is happening in here? I made my map too hard. Oh, for endgame mapping. What does it have? What kind of attributes did it have on it? I'll put too many Searing Exile mods on it. Oh, POE 1. How is POE 1 treating you? me wanting to gamble it. I was 1/5 of the mage blood. What does that mean? Is mage blood like another mechanic? Mage blood is one of the best unique belts in POE 1. Gotcha. Oh, my wand sold. Nice. Dude, Chris, Goxie is fucking slam dunking right now.
Ice shot.
Regardless, thank you, Chris, for trying. I appreciate it. I appreciate you giving me information. Goxie's just too fast, man. Found myself one last week, first ever. Sold it for 400. Is that a lot? Seems like a lot. 400 div. I can never tell if I should be surprised or be like, wow, that's reasonably priced. I'm sorry. I'm messaging back. I'm messaging back somebody. I'm planning out certain things. Like I think later on today we're going me and some friends are getting some food, so I'm just trying to like plan out something. So I apologize. What the heck? Did I? Okay, we killed him. What does this level go to? 59. I am currently... What level am I? Motherfucker. 58. Okay. Hold on. That's not correct. The rest of this is correct. I think. What is this song? What the fuck? Oh, this one. I didn't see this. Bought myself a little nice headhunter for 95 divs, and that's where I'm at right now. Brother, what? Hold on. Why is all that stuff over there? Oh, what the fuck? Very nice. Okay, now we head back. Travel to the refuge. Nice.
I knew you. If this.
Okay, that's good. Well, it's good.
You've saved it now. I'll place. Be careful.
Okay, let's stash it. Boom, 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 boom. Level 13. Tornado shot. No, dude, snipe. We gotta start off with snipe. Hold on. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom.
We must leave this place. At this time.
Teleporting.
The Vestiri sun burns as hot as ever.
Okay, we're going to the hideout. I'm gonna look at what I got legendary wise.
Sold it.
And try to. Oh yeah, I forgot that I'm selling some stuff too. So let's see. Oh well, fuck me. Is that guy here? Is anybody here that I can fucking... Like, they can identify shit? I guess not. The hooded one identifies in towns, yeah. I was hoping that I didn't need to go back into the town, but if you want to listen to something really funky, go to the Electric Callboy the way you are. You know what? I'm going to write that down. Thank you. I'm going to write that down. I appreciate it.
You've received a Yes?
Okay, so let's see what we got. What the fuck? Okay, let's just sell it for...
You've received a shipment.
Oh, well, thank you.
I'll do what I can to sell it for you.
I got 2 of them. Yeah, that's not gonna sell. Whatever.
Is that a good price for that? I have no idea.
$67 decks. We got lightning resistance, evasion, physical. So what I need is physical, but that's the leech. That's fine. I think my gloves are fine though.
You have
this in the same.
You have your orders.
The location of the activate.
That one's all good. I need movement speed to be increased. I don't have. There's a 30% resistance though. Fire resistance also, lightning and fire, which is kind of good. But I need movement speed. Movement speed would be fucking lit. But I mean, what level are you now? I am level 58. What if I just broke this? I don't really need it, but it would be pretty cool to get a fucking movement speed on this. I don't think I really need it, though. I would want 25% reduced attribute requirements to be gone. And I really don't think that that's going to be the case. So we got lightning resistance, fire resistance, good. Attribute, I can get rid of. Stun threshold, I can get rid of. Armor. There's nothing. I have nothing to lose. I don't even know what the fuck. I don't even know what the fuck they got rid of. It doesn't matter. Fuck it. I don't know why. I just wanted to see what the fuck it would do.
Speak up. Do not wonder. Hello. Do not wonder.
How can I be of aid?
Looked like it changed back to the same thing. That's so funny, dude. That is so funny, dude.
Glorious. Good to see you.
You know what? Let's just see. I want to see if I can get boots, right? Evasion, reading. Okay. Fuck. I have dinner at 7 o'clock. So I'm trying to like time all this right. Isn't even worth it. I don't even think gambling is worth it at this point. I just kind of want to see if anything pops up. Add me. What's your name? I would love to add people's. What the fuck is my? What is that button? B, no. J, thank you. Friend invite? I think I spelled it wrong. I didn't realize it was like a... Damn! Deadeye 96. Respect. I got you added.
How can
I will politely decline your invite. I appreciate it, but I will be running the rest of my build. Oh, still solo. I only say that because it's in a... I think I'm about to... I think within the next hour, probably end up getting off. But I appreciate the invite. Just found some good boots for you. I appreciate it. Thank you. The boots are real bastards. Is the term bastard like good? Is that what it, like a bastard in that sense, right? I guess that does sound like it would be good. Or like, yeah, or God, or like God tier. Yo! What a fire lord.
Quick and lethal.
I hope you're doing well. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Thank you guys for stopping in and hanging out with me. Really appreciate it. Taking the time. Happy Thursday. It's the Thursday? Fucking Christ. That's crazy. Happy Thursday. Hope you're finding the time to decompress, relax, take some time to chill. It's about to be the weekend, so enjoy it. Happy Friday Eve. That's 100% a fact. Happy Friday Eve. We almost there. Fire resistance, movement speed, increased rarity, attributes, lightning resistance. Ooh, that is actually a really good pair of boots. You know what? Everybody in the chat right now. This is a call to action at the moment. Everybody in the chat right now, hanging out. If you have a song that you're listening to, a song that you're enjoying, throw out the name in chat. I will write them down and I will listen to them. Maybe not on stream, but I will listen to them. I want to do my due diligence. If you enjoy a song, any song, if you don't enjoy songs, then that's fine. No worries. But I'm just saying, I love learning about more music, you know, what people enjoy, what people find enjoyment in. Could be anything from death metal to fucking trance to, I don't know, city pop. You name it, I'm down for it. Oh! Christ. That was my fault. Okay. Well, it's time. Got like an hour. Okay. We're gonna chill. Thank you guys so much. Much love, greatly appreciate it. I hope you guys had a wonderful time. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. We're gonna be playing some more POE tomorrow. Friday. Wow, it's crazy. Friday is tomorrow. Hope you guys enjoyed this stream. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I still have a video coming out soon. I still need to edit down reaction videos, so there's content still coming out. I'm gonna tell you right now, it is so hard to dedicate the time to edit these videos. It definitely I wish I could hire an editor, but at this point I need to, you know, get down to business and edit the best I can. Try my best at getting better at editing. So I gotta watch videos and do all that stuff. But thank you guys so much. Thank you, Goxie. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to Firelord. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to Epic. Thank you to everybody that stopped in the stream randomly. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you guys for stopping in. We're playing more POE tomorrow. I'm gonna get to maps. We're gonna fly through the game. Also, listen to the new Citizens album. It's really good. This is the song that's currently playing. It's very relaxing. I wish I could turn this up for you guys, but I can't. I have to do it manually. I can't tell if this is loud or soft. But I just wanted to say thank you guys. Goxie, good luck on your journey. It's a medium firm. Good luck on your journey. Are you going to take some time off before looking for another job, or are you going to continue on looking for another job? Just let me know. I appreciate all of you. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and vibing out. You guys have been spectacular. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Check back, 11 a.m. PST. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Let me know. Check out my Discord. Send some stuff in the general chat. If you see anything you want me to react to, videos or anything like that, please let me know. Discord. Discordo. Thank you. Oh, wow, you actually did it. Thank you, guys. I like how I should probably take off. What the fuck is... Hold on. What the fuck? Can I not? Okay, it's this way. Dude, it felt like a left and right situation where you just couldn't fucking left, right. Anyways, thank you guys so much. Much love, greatly appreciated. I will see you guys tomorrow at 11 a.m. PST. Please be safe, be kind. I love you all. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you guys online. Peace.